So is she an author?
She calls herself a doctor. I don't think she's a doctor or nothing.
The psychology?
And they said she was a doctor.
She was in trouble. Was she on the city council?
Nah, it was.
I did a guy right there. I didn't find that.
Here I come.
You know how very
I don't got food. I'm bringing snacks, not food. Try to keep
Right. Right.
And a lot of people still voted for her. And I know a lot of people that voted for her. They don't know nothing about her. I know y'all gonna vote. But you know, other than
What up, people? I'm back in the building. My bad. I don't know where YouTube got me. Gotta go make it public to everybody now. What's up, Philly for Life birthday baby? Andre Holland. Good afternoon, good evening, pre-evening. Pastor Nicholas J. Gaddis, Donnell Doolman. Yo. Trevor in the building. Teresa, good evening, pre-evening. Carson Newbar, good evening. Cicero, Jazzy Melanie. Let me tell you, H-Spag. Cicero in the building, RJ Cat. Yeah, Salty Chef, what it do? I know we got people coming in.
That's what they left with all the hot ones. I'm sure.
Just tapping in. So far, we got 3 council members up in there. Okay, good looking, Trevor. Hey, you know what, Trevor? Delete that other one I did earlier. Ernst and Young, where the people at? They coming. Michelle Young, Lil Mama, grand evening to you. KZ 114, I'm Kobe Fatty, Elizabeth P. Finney. What good evening. I'm gonna show y'all, we got a couple people up here now. I'm trying to get this together for y'all.
That's not cool.
We'll get this together for y'all. Come on, click in now, fam. There we go. See Jonathan here. Judy's here. Sweet Cupcake on break. Good evening. AB, good evening. Good evening.
city council, you know, supposed to be saying
Sean J, good evening. Let me make sure I got this time. It's up to go. What it do? Hey, Meat Freak, your cups is on the way.
Right.
Excuse me, this is to the public. I just want to remind everybody to make sure that you fill out our speaker slip in its entirety and get it in the box before the meeting starts. If you want to speak, yes, please.
L, the Golden Child shot. Meat Freak, your cups is on the way. I gotta get to the hats though. Jeff Johnson, working on that, brother. There we go. I'm going to be bringing up. Judy look like she ain't had no sleep. Come on, let's kick in, fellas. Judy, Aluna Callaway Lane. Yeah, Judy ain't been getting no sleep on this one. As y'all can see, Diane and Debbie here. They always here for the fight. Michelle Smith, aka Ann. Good evening.
Well, she's either,
Ann, good evening. Yeah, Judy look like saying, you all right? Okay.
Already get beat up.
and she is deep into the crush.
Yeah, you know, I think they doing it on the outside. Who's Yo-Yo? I think they gonna do that down in at the bottom. Marcus Fielder, good evening. Cassandra Scott. Yeah, 'cause I think Deborah the one doing the big boss. Yeah, she's stressed. She is stressed. Y'all smash that like button while y'all coming in. Woodrow, what it do?
You know, they're saying that everything has to stay in the city area, and they don't want to do anything outside the city area, or whatever. But they didn't know.
I almost think Judy hear y'all. She must be watching y'all or something.
They would go anywhere and everywhere for those.
Welcome to 810, Judy.
Hey, stranger. You tired? You tired of this, or you tired of the You said you're tired of
This thing, it's just the atmosphere, what I'm feeling like. It's about to be a hell of a one show today. Sir Gregory, what it do? This looks like this is going to be a very interesting city council today. Mr. Thomas, good evening. Trade Day. Thanks for tapping in.
But from what I read,
I don't think.
as far as
Oh yeah, it's still there, Michelle said. You better get here if you want to sign in.
it'll take 23 years before this even the pensions come.
Now this looks like this is going to be a very interesting meeting.
And then he went,
I'm not for sure if, what's up, Cameron? I'm not for sure if the whole Carter, the Winfrey's is here. But I'm telling y'all, this looking a little, this looking a little something different today. What's up, Jasmine? Oh, y'all gotta see this. Y'all got to see this. Come in here. Y'all say hairdos. And y'all say hairdos. God damn. Y'all watch this hairstyle that's coming through. Watch this hairstyle that's coming through. If these motherfuckers look like they ain't had no sleep, God be with us today, baby. They is this like, is this
The time is now 4:36 p.m. on Tuesday, May 27th.
She trying to start this. She trying to start this meeting early. They starting this shit early. Well, Michelle, you ain't finna be here to talk no more. They starting these. They starting this thing like they said. Boy.
Thank you, that roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
She. This thing is
We have 5 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery of disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Sandra Joker.
Good evening. First of all, I really want to apologize. This has been bothering me for a week now. Of how I reacted.
I'm sorry, can you please pause our time? I want to remind all members of the public and the council to please silence your phones at this time. Thank you. Please start our time.
I just wanted to apologize for how I reacted last week and the language that I used. That's been bothering me for a while. But when it comes to human trafficking, I get emotional. And that's my biggest question is why haven't these people been looking for the kids? And the sad thing is that one day you guys are going to wake up and find out what these kids are wrong with. And it's bigger problems than what we're dealing with right now. So I want to get that out of the way. But I just wanted to say, I don't know where to begin. Started doing some research and exactly, I don't know if you guys can answer this or not, but what Dr. Liddell Lewis, what doctrine does she have, and is that pertaining to the city council, or is that just something that she wants added to the name? I'm not sure exactly. But I don't know what's going on here. There's a lot of things, and now you've got different people that are bringing up issues as to where the money went for the children, because everybody's concerned about the youth having jobs this year. And where did that money go to? Did some of the people on the council benefit from that? So I don't know. I'm going to do more research, and that's what I do. Is I go back and I research different things, and go back 30 years and find out that this has been a problem for a long time. And I don't know if you guys know or not, but when the emergency people were brought in for the water crisis, and they couldn't get anything done. The only thing that the city council was able to vote on, and that the emergency center didn't take over, was the water being switched over to the Flint River. And I believe that's because they just wanted to have somebody else be the fall guy for it. It's a disgusting situation as far as this water crisis, and it's still not fixed. I don't care what Channel 12, CBS, whatever says. This water is not fixed by any means. I don't know.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. Let's start off to Councilwoman Peace. You had spoken about my tax last week. It's still unanswered questions about that. Being that I look at the taxes, millage, assessments, and all that. If it was a millage, then we have to vote. Every 10 years, every 5 years, how are they able to put it on there without people voting on it? Also, it says CS mod operation and CS mod debt. So all those things, what is the debt that we are paying and why are we paying operational? And I think operational is the highest one on there. So, there's still a lot of unanswered questions that looking for. Ms. Lewis, Councilwoman Lewis, Mr. Winfrey, yourself, and also myself. We was in a meeting one day, and Councilman Winfrey, you got mad at me. And you was talking about Facebook and how I talk about you on Facebook and everything. And Mr. Winfrey said, you gotta have tough skin, to endure as elected official. For Mr. Winfrey to get on Facebook early in the morning and write a paragraph about you putting out information that is not true, what's wrong with you? Why do you always put out lies and twist everything, just like with St. Mark? You didn't go find out that the mayor had signed the community block grant application. You didn't go out and see if Mr. Winfrey had vetted the kids. You didn't see how the kids were sent over there, but you want to put out there about the McCree Theater. What's actually wrong with you? You do not have the temperament, you do not have the ability, the intellect, you don't have any of those to be a council person. And you should really honestly step down because you are really taking our city back. Our water is not safe in this new shop. You should have known about the EPA orders because I've been talking to you a long time ago about them working behind closed doors to negotiate with these emergency orders.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Morris, which most of you know who I am. I'm in the 3rd Ward. You know the ward that's still sitting vacant? Yeah, that ward. Judy, I have one question for you, one question only. And I have respect for you, and I have but my question is, when Murphy was sitting in that seat, you would do stuff in the 3rd Ward, you will reach out to us. You don't reach out to us, you don't do anything in the 3rd Ward. It's like we don't exist. And that's wrong. Just because he ain't here no more, doesn't mean you can't do stuff for the 3rd Ward. That's wrong. And I'm just going to tell you that straight up. That's wrong. Michelle, you're just evil. Pure evil. Do not. And I repeat, and I will say this as many times I have to, stop calling yourself a Christian. Because Christians are Christ-like, and you far from Christ-like. Christ never said anything out evil to people, and I heard you last week. You were here out evil last week, because I wasn't here, but trust me, I watch you on YouTube every week. Y'all have this little charade circus y'all have going on here. You're very evil, but that's okay. Because come August, all these people gonna see how evil you are, and guess what? You out of here. You ain't gonna stay here. And don't tell me that water's clean, because I took water sample from our church and my house, that's side by side, and ain't neither one on clear. So let me tell you, ain't none of that water clean. So stop covering up, and it's done been said that on my block, on Maple in Minnesota, that them lines never got touched. That we still have lead pipes. So don't tell me y'all touched all of the wards, because you ain't. Because my street still has the same pipes that it started out with. So I have to pay a $100 water bill every month for both residents, and I have to buy a bottle of water and jug water to cook. So wash my dishes and do everything, because my kids ain't drinking this water. I didn't choose to come to the city. God sent me and my husband to the city to preach to that on that corner of Maple, Minnesota, on the east side of Flint, and I can't leave until he says I can. Liddell, back to you. On that little message that you broadcast, the Piper's message where he said if they can leave Flint, they need to get out. Well, you know what? I agree with Piper 100%. If God would let me leave this city, I would leave this city. But I'm on assignment in this city, so I'm stuck here until he says I can go. You as my Lord and Savior says, unlike the ones that claim to be Christian. But I got news for you. Yeah, I share with him. Everybody that can get out of this city, that's right. If y'all gotta be in charge, get out. Don't stay in this stupid city. Because it's going to hell in a handbasket.
Hi, my name is Valerie Southall. I'm a resident of the city of Flint. This is about the jobs program that you guys are talking about. Every week, I see my council people ask for information from the city. And every week, the city employees don't seem to have the information that is being requested. They cannot make an informed decision without getting the correct information. So, I was in corporate America for over 30 years. This does not happen in corporate America. When your managers ask you for information, and week after week after week, and meeting after meeting after meeting, you don't have the information, you get put on a performance improvement plan. And then after that, you are no longer with that organization. So I say this, until you get the information that you all have requested, vote no. Not a dollar, not a $1, not a quarter, not a dime, not a penny, or falling, no. This is not the FBI, this is not the friends, benefactors, and invested people, and pastors to give away money to. This is our money. This is the residents' money, and it's not right. Also, the water is not fixed. The water is not fixed, and people are still being sick, and people have actually brought water to be tested. So I say, I stand with the people who are with the people of Flint, and until you get the information that you want, not a dollar. And I don't care, even if the budget happens, and you don't have the information that you all need,
Shut it down.
shut it down.
Shut it down.
Don't let it happen. Wait till August, till the people in the third ward vote and get the person that needs to be up there in that seat in order for you to make an informed and decision that your constituents have asked for. That's all I have to say. You all have a good day.
Thank you. The next public speaker, Mark. The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs leaving.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Stevie. I'm like everybody else. Nobody knows where the money is going. I'm trying to send some money for kids for jobs. Why are you sending kids to jobs? McDonald's is open, they hire. Burger King is open, they hire. Taco Bell is open, they hire. If you got young kids, that's what we had to do when we came up. We had to go to the small places and work in order to get a job. But you guys trying to get this money to the preachers that don't care nothing about our kids.
That part.
They're not doing anything with our kids. They put their own kids on a payroll, and you want to leave our kids behind. It's not fair. What about roofs on houses? Doorknobs. You got people with the tree, y'all done ran out of money for the trees. But the mayor is saying, we got money for the trees. Like the man, tree fell on his house, he moved it, and he got a fine for moving the tree.
Yeah.
Now, how y'all gonna keep doing what you're doing? It's not fair. And you guys know it ain't fair. You guys know it ain't fair. But it's okay, right? You know, Jedediah will be here on the 1st. On everything that's coming around. You guys are doing nothing. And you know what? The guilty part, the three guilty ones up there, you choose coward to hold your head up.
That part.
You don't care about this city. You don't care about none of what's going in your pocket.
Amen.
That's all you care about. And it's sad. But we gonna turn this city around. We gonna turn this city around, whether you like it or not. It's gonna be turned around. You can't hold your head up, because it's been up in the air too long, and now you gotta hold it down. But God knows y'all heart, and it ain't right.
That's why they're making it up.
It is not right, and I pray for all of y'all.
You need it.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there anybody? It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after all public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response should be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Woodson, we do vote for the renewal of the millage, the last Vermont Community College for your operating. I had to look up the date, but it was voted on in 2016, I believe. I don't know how long it lasts. But it is a renewal, as well as the debt, part of it, that actually pays for the improvements of the buildings and other capital expenditures, and that is renewed on depends on what they do is they authorize a spending amount, and then it's how long it takes to spend that money. And then I know that when I worked at Mont, and I was accountable for monitoring and tax collections, that it was, we went for the millage at least twice when I worked there for 10 years. So I don't remember the last time that the debt was there. So it will be up for renewal, but when I don't know. Thank you. Oh, and in regards to the 3rd Ward, I go to events that I'm told about, that I know about. If I don't know about them, I don't go. Obviously, I can't. But if I get phone calls, I help everybody. I don't care where they live. I will recommend them to other, to their own council people, but in the 3rd Ward, I'll take care of them myself. And I've done a number of them since Mr. Murphy has died. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the residents for coming out. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Thank you for your insight, your concerns, and your opinions. All needed. I would like to touch on something that Ms. Valerie Sophomore said. You're absolutely correct. If I do not get the answers that I need to make an informed decision, I do not vote. Because the residents of Flint, they deserve better. If you're coming up to council and you're proposing a resolution for us to vote on, and you do not have the information needed, guess what? It's not going to get voted on. I don't care how many times you bring it before me. I'm not going to vote on it. This administration, Neely's administration, they are notorious for coming up to us, before us, without all of the information that we need. We ask questions, they can't even provide an answer. So I will not vote. And I'm going to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
All right, thank you so much. I want to give a special thank you for those that came out to the different tree planting parties that we had in the ward. We have our last tree planting party taking place at Hasselbrink Park on June the 7th at 10 a.m. And that will conclude us planting over 300 trees in the city of Flint. And also, Councilwoman Michelle, I know that you mentioned spacing the trees out different sizes. So the great thing about this tree planting event, in conjunction with NOAA as well as with Kettering, we are able to get different types of trees. So we have magnolia trees, we have tulip trees, we have a host of different trees that we're planting. And they're coming in at different heights. So we have some trees that are already 8 feet tall, some that are 6 feet tall. So we're excited to be able to help replace that. And we saw when we had the last national inclement weather that a lot of the trees fell down. Some trees looked like they were good trees, some trees were dead. So we're glad to replace those. And we want to encourage residents that are interested to come out on the 7th of June. All right, so, and then we also had the silent advisory walk that took place at the Sylvester Grove Center. They were marching against violence. And we were just so happy to have the deputy mayor of Detroit in attendance, as well as Hill Harper stop by. And it was a great opportunity for young people to speak up and out. So the young people are talking, they just want to make sure that we're listening. And so that definitely was a great time. So I want to encourage other residents, as well as my clothing, to take a look at the Juneteenth Festival. There's a lot of great things going on in the city to take part in for the entire family. So definitely want to encourage that. And lastly, administration said it a few times that there's no information to bring forward because no one is applying to be the fiduciary or applying to house the students. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public speaking? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank all the speakers. As someone who engages with the speakers individually, I hear you loud and clear. I also want to touch on something that Ms. Valerie said. Whoever runs 810 Flint YouTube posted a video of last year's discussion about the jobs program. And oddly enough, I was asking the same exact questions last year. I didn't know it was last year's one. I watched it and I'm like, well, when was this? And it was last year. It was the exact same questions I had last year that they weren't able to answer. And oddly enough, a few of my colleagues agreed with me, and we voted it down. Somehow we must have got a certain talking to because they ended up passing it with 5 votes with no discussion after that. But it's amazing that a year plus on the same program, we can't get answers to the same questions. But
two people are benefiting from it.
that's the deal with the 4-4 that we have in this current situation, is they don't have the 5 votes until discussion.
Call for the question.
Exactly. We haven't heard that in months, and it's been a good sign. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we can get answers. I'm not holding my breath, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone else who during public speaking.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the 6th Ward people who are in here today. I appreciate you coming in here and speaking up. And for those who also have concerns and consistently come to all the residents. But I do want to say this. First of all, we should be in an employment business if we can't keep a DPW. We don't have one now, and we need one for budget time to pass these crucial, pass the budget. And these are crucial questions. We're required by Eagle to have a DPW, and yet again, we do not have one. They've told us that our water is safe, and people are still saying that my water is a little bit brown, rust, it doesn't smell right. These are serious problems. But when it gets to the jobs, the teen and the youth jobs, no one up here is being gaslit that we are against the youth. Simply not true. But it is a true fact that 16 youth who did not reside within the city of Flint were given Flint jobs. 16. We were told that they had to turn away Flint students. Well, we had 16 that didn't live in the city. They simply didn't out of the list. And the only organization that did not have them was the person who vetted all of the other ones. So I'm not supporting that right now. And so there were 6, and the one that did not have it was Freedom, whatever it was, the one by Miss Angela Mott, who stated she was not the mayor's campaign manager or the state rep's campaign manager, but you can Google her, she was, and it's a whole article on her and her campaign manager. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public, council comment? Mr. Mayor, would you like to take your time? All right, seeing as how I am the only one left, I would like to take my time. Dear City Council members and to the esteemed members of the press, it is with a profound sense of urgency and concern for both our dedicated municipal staff and the residents we serve that I write this open letter. As Chief Strategy Officer, my commitment is to the effective governance and strategic advancement of our city. It has become imperative to publicly address the consistent dysfunction and systemic issues plaguing recent City Council proceedings, which is severely impeding our ability to conduct essential city business and undermine community all the time.
Point of order, Madam. Thank you. So, the lady, right, that row, entire row, lady with the glass and the blue shirt, there, looks in, blah, 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 blah. So I would like to bring them to order so you can continue to read.
Wait a minute, I didn't say anything.
Thank you.
What row?
What the one who just said, wait a minute, her.
All righty.
Hey, be quiet down up there. Deborah Luna. We can't hear.
Deborah Luna.
Yeah.
She stood up and said her name, so Deborah Luna was the one that.
All right, well, Ms. Luna, that's your first warning. Thank you. Please continue with my time. The challenges facing the city of Flint are significant, and our municipal staff works tirelessly to address them, striving daily to move our commitment forward. However, the consistent operational impediments originating from within the city council are not merely obstacles, they are escalating into insurmountable barriers that prevent critical work from advancing. Could you please pause my time? Officer, they're continuing to make the noise, so what I'm gonna ask you to do is just remove them, please. Whomever you.
Excuse me, we haven't got no warning, that's nothing. So you better recognize me.
So that's your first warning, and I wasn't talking to you when I said it. I was talking to, we're done here.
You don't even know who was talking. You should have warned this guy. I was going back in the threat over the rock. Okay.
There has been a opinion removing of the chair. Is there support? All righty, go ahead with her 1 minute.
Officer, I'm the one that said it. You're gonna watch her if she does not leave. I'm the one that said, Jack.
You cannot even hear the people who are talking. She is deliberately targeting. She's deliberately targeting people. She does not know who it was, and we couldn't even hear it up here. When the focus is out there and not up here, then it is a problem. The focus should be up here. Every single meeting, you weaponize the police against the residents. You weaponize the police against the residents. I don't even know why y'all didn't even get all warnings.
I didn't get any warnings. Fucking bullshit. He heard me out. He heard me out. And I didn't say nothing.
Get a warning. You cannot, according to the
I'm the one
they
that
have to
said
give
it. I didn't say
a warning.
nothing. I'm the one that said it.
Thank you. Reading of the disrupting person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Seeing as how I literally was looking down, Dr. Lewis stated that someone was being disruptive. That person who got her first warning, after she said, yeah, that was me, I said, fine, that's your first warning, persisted in making noise. Here's the thing, We all must learn to be accountable as adults. You know that you were making noise to stop me from reading and doing what I was doing. You know that you were being disorderly and interrupting the meeting. I warned you out of this meeting because according to the disorderly city code subsection, anybody who persists will be given a warning and removed. This is the roll call vote to, I guess, overturn the ruling of the chair. So, I guess it overturned and a no was sustained. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And they feel. Everything people out, they in their
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Kicking all them people out.
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. That person is removed from this meeting. Would you please put my time back on the clock?
They didn't get no second.
Excuse me, officer. They're being disorderly from the hallway. Councilwoman Burns, you do not have the floor. What is your point of order? So I'm going to read this for you again. According to the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 31-10. Disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct at any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting this meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from this meeting. If they persist in disrupting this meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed. Once you are in that hallway and we're having a meeting, if you're still yelling from the hallway, that falls under if they persist in disrupting this meeting. Would you please start my correct time, Madam Clerk?
They gonna have some lawsuits going on.
And they give them no second.
Yeah.
Even more distressing, the persistent prioritization of personal animosity and internal disputes among council members continues to supersede the urgent work of governing, while our dedicated staff is expected to endure these prolonged and unproductive sessions in silence. Let's see what some of the behavior was. Let's see. Sitting in the audience, refusing to take your seats. Go ahead and please pause my time. I think listen, that is your first warning. Let's go. I am writing this letter in full awareness that despite the gravity of these concerns, there is a possibility that fundamental change may not occur. However, I cannot in good conscience continue to remain silent about a matter so critical to the efficient operation of our city government. Now, what they were trying to stop me from reading is the fact that you have a person who's here just simply trying to do their job after being at work all day trying to do their job. Please pause the time. Sir, you cannot be in the aisle with that sign.
Well, damn, where you gonna stand at? Where can it stand? You can't sit down with it, you can't stand up with it.
What is your point of order, Ms. Burns?
That you cannot be in the aisle.
She just made one up. Shit, you couldn't clap last week.
That's just not.
So, sir, can I follow the advice of Ms. Burns, who does not approve? No approve? You are obstructing a walkway. You cannot be in the hallway. In the aisle. Thank you. We're going to continue. As I was saying, this is a letter from a city staffer who has been abused on standing up here, who's had their time wasted, and who's asking for things to change. I would encourage my colleagues today to stay focused on this agenda. Let's get this work done. And that is my time.
She mad.
Moving on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There has been a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Are there any separations? Seeing as how they're done, this is the roll call vote. What's up?
Yes, separation.
Well, I paused and no one said anything.
Girl,
Mr. Piper, would you like the floor? The sound clear, there's been a total separation of agenda items. Moving on to resolution 250160-T, adoption of the fiscal year 2026 city of Flint budget. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There is a motion to send this resolution to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion? Councilman in the eighth ward, you have the floor.
There's a new special meeting called for tomorrow, so, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor for this round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
For you to, I don't know if Clyde is back there, Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Edwards, are you in the building? Would you please join us at the lectern?
The lectern.
I don't know if you want to start the time, if no one walks up here slowly, different time.
So I don't think that Mr. Moore, I like how Mr. Moore, but you won't be able to answer.
Mr. Moore, would you please pause? Okay, all right.
Yeah, we talked about it, Clyde. They've been working on it this weekend.
So,
Watch, y'all
because
gonna
my
be
question's about the DPW. And these are questions that I have been asking. So, Mr. Miller isn't here anymore, is that correct?
His last day is 30th.
The 30th, he's not.
And he's not, and he wasn't the DPW director, he was the DPW administrator.
Right, so he was in place, he was in, making sure we were in compliance. Do we have someone who's taking his place to answer questions?
We always have people on staff that have various specialties in the same area. They all don't have one thing, but they're capable of meeting those requirements.
So he's not here tonight. Will he be, well, that's at the end of this week he's done. So how do we get questions answered in regards to the water treatment plant and sewer services?
You have those questions?
I do. I was hoping he would be here. Also, I've got questions for, in regards to the Door Reservoir, the Door Pump Station, Cedar Reservoir, Torrey Road Booster Station, the distribution valves, chemical storage, the Northwest Trans Main, and there's more, there's 2 pages.
Scott Dungy is capable of answering all of those.
Okay, Scott's not here today, is he?
I didn't know.
Is he here?
I didn't know he's not in.
Yeah. Okay, so this has been consistent. I have stated that I had questions in regard, I know that Mr. Miller had been sick, I believe, and he wasn't here.
He's seen him.
Okay, yeah, I did see him. I did see him for one meeting, but these are, the questions, because these reflect on our budget. Are we doing $6 million worth of water mains each year? Mr. Moore had, actually the last time he was gonna look that up for me. Did you? Yes.
We do have plans to improve it, yes.
I didn't hear you.
We do have plans to improve it, yes.
Okay, we have plans to improve, but are we doing it now? And if so, where's the money gonna come from? Because the administrative consent order,
That was
this
2
document
questions.
right here, is millions of dollars that we have to find money from, and where are we finding it from, was one of the questions. And I wanted to know in this report, how far are we on these projects? These are projects that we started, and the last time that he was able to discuss them with us, this was 22 projects. And there were some of them, he didn't know how they would be funded. So that is very important. And also the water optimization plan. Where are we at on that? Or does Mr. Moore, do you know that?
I can tell you that we are continuing, the water optimization plan was the Arcadis.
Right.
Arcadis study, and we have been following that religiously. All the components of the Arcadis study that were of significant value to the water system in Flint are in the ACO. We have been following that religiously.
So we were in violation numerous times with the state. So my questions are, where are we at with bulk chemical storage?
That's done.
That's done. Where are we at with the Northwest Transmission Main, which is approximately 5 to 7 miles that need to be completed?
That's a process for which you will be seeing, that's a process that's been going on for several years because the money was not available. It has since been SRF fund application that has been approved, so that resolution to further that project will be right here. I'm sorry.
He just walked in the blue shirt. Well, no, not second.
We can wait for the second round.
I've only got these three. So I do want to go over the list that he's here in our second round. Is going to be only 3 minutes. Maybe I can send an email to Mr. Dungy, which I will send to him. And you too?
Yes.
Is there anyone else who would like to have discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Now, the questions that Mrs. Burns is asking are ones that were discussed during budget hearings, or where that was the opportunity to ask those questions.
Wow.
Also, we had the opportunity, and we requested several times at every budget hearing, as well as in emails, asking that people had questions to put them in writing so that the department head can answer those questions, so we would have the answers to go forward.
What is your request?
My request is, so is that the only time you're saying that me as an elected council person is allowed to ask the question?
So Councilwoman Burns, I want to make sure that we use the motions for it, therefore that is not a proper request for this line of discussion. Go ahead.
So, some of these things that are happening up here right now are just delay tactics. And I'm frankly fed up with people. Through you to, Mr. Smith, Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith, would you please join us? You probably should start asking your question now.
Mr. Smith, if we do not pass the budget by June 2nd, when is the time that you have to submit layoff notices to our employees?
Told y'all, that's the scare tactics, though. Told y'all that was coming. What you say? I told y'all that was gonna be the first, then we're gonna have a press conference. I told you.
And Judy the one brought it up.
After they issue layoff notice, as soon as we have information, we start the process. So it's right away that we actually start planning.
Okay, how many days before the beginning of the fiscal year do they have to go out? Do we have it in, is it in contracts? Is it state law, federal law? Which one do we need to do?
It would probably be in our contracts, I can get that information. Because if we.
All right, because I suspect that we will not have a budget. And that, they will come up with any kind of excuse not to pass it and put our employees on.
Please pause the time. Mr. Piper, what is your point of order? Thank you. I actually will say that that is a correct point of order. Maybe make your point in a different way. Thank you.
So I think that there will be any opportunity to, I think we need to issue layoff notices as soon as we have, as soon as possible. Because I do not think this budget will pass, nor will they offer meaningful,
Can you please pause the time? With your request, Mr. Jarrett.
To the speaker, were those layoff notices sent last year, to your knowledge?
No.
It's proper for them to review and answer or not.
So,
All right, thank you. Continue your time.
Well, nonsense.
we have an opportunity to ask the questions that are being asked. They weren't asked. And it's for multiple people. There are people who only showed up to one budget hearing. That's our opportunity to work with administration on a rather informal basis to get the information we need.
That's all they do is those show.
And that did not happen
That's all they do.
because people didn't show up. So thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to make this clear. I do not have to send an email to get my questions answered. Any question I have,
can ask any question I want to ask as it relates to this budget. I don't have to attend budget hearings, although I was at a couple of the budget hearings. I was at 3. Questions I ask don't have to be confined to budget hearings. We're on a resolution right now. We're having discussion right now about the budget. So I can ask questions. Now, I did ask this question, and Mr. Moore, maybe you can help me. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the lectern? Thank you. Mr. Moore, I asked this question, and I want the answer. How much money did the city give towards the rodeo for last year and the rodeo for this year?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, I need the answer to that question, Mr. Moore. If you could please send the answer to that question to all of my colleagues. Because what has been happening, the mayor has been using the $75,000 threshold to spend city funds on whatever he deems is important to him. You don't know that he's using taxpayers' money to even campaign with. Because that sounds like a campaign ploy as far as I'm concerned. So I want the answer to that question. And also, we know that he's been abusing the $75,000 threshold as far as that service center over there on Clio Road. Because we did not approve for that service center to remain open. It was supposed to be closed some months ago. So, how many times have we kept that service center open since the vote that we, as a council, made to, whereas we did not approve for funds to be going to that service center? So I would like that answer.
We waiting, Mr. Moore.
Yes,
Please call the time. What is your request?
You can't go up and talk to the meeting. Twice in writing, have not received it yet.
Now they wouldn't let us, they wouldn't let
Oh.
Who is that talking to the meeting?
Continue your time.
Yeah, I would hope that before we vote on this budget, that we would get that answer. Because I'm gonna tell you guys, this budget that we have, this proposed budget, you really don't even have to go through the budget because the budget was presented to us
Is that the Fed?
unbalanced. Unbalanced, okay? So, Mr. Moore, I would hope that we can get those questions answered. Those are important. I think throughout this budget, there's been some spendings of funds that, as a council, we have not approved because of the abuse of the $75,000 threshold. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. Think she can.
So, I just want to touch on a few things as we move forward. First, as been stated so many times here, from our elected seats and during our meetings, we had since December to tell the finance chair our availability. And we had since December to avail our schedule accordingly. So I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear. We had since December of 2024, when she initially sent out the correspondence, to let her know if the schedule that she put together was favorable. No one responded back. So therefore, I'm under the assumption that you may have been, Councilman Priestley, that your time and dates were sufficient for this body. And then, what I would like to thank you, Finance Chair, and also Madam Vice President, for attending every single meeting and for representing when we were not here. Because I was not at every single meeting. Because I had additional other meetings that I had to go to. But the point is, although I was not here, we have our meetings live streaming, all of them, everybody meeting. So because of the question that you all asked, I was able to get the answers. So that's why I don't have any questions. Because you all answered because we have it. So if we don't have it, we have different colleagues that live stream the meetings. You can catch it on their station. You can catch it on the city station. You can get the budget hearing if you want to see it and if you want to get answers. Furthermore, other questions that I did not have, questions I did have, I emailed the departments directly so they can answer my questions. It's kind of unfair when we expect the body, I'll say the administration, to come before this body and to know exactly what we want to ask and what we're going to ask it. No one will have that information, a lot of the information that being requested from them off the top of their head. No one has, quote unquote, rodeo figure on top of their head. And so we want to.
Please pause the time. What is your request for information?
Thank you. Does the council member understand that a lot of these questions were asked? Royal was emailed twice. No answer was given. It's not off the top of your head.
What was the question?
Does she know that it's already been emailed?
Continue.
Okay, thank you. No, I do not. I do not. Brother says you admitted several times that I don't talk to you, I don't deal with you. So I would not know. So thank you for that answer. And so the point is, we have a way to get exactly what we need. We can reach out to the administration. We can attend the budget hearings. I've never heard an elected official state that we don't have to come. We do have to come if we can make it. But if we just choose not to come for the sake of I'm not coming, that's a dereliction of duty. And we need for individuals, when they can make it, to be here. If you have a medical emergency, I don't expect you to be here. If your family has a medical emergency, I don't expect you to be here. But as long as we are able, it is our duty to come to these meetings. And it's our duty to, in advance, for the sake of timeliness and so we can move forward, to send the administration the questions in advance so when they do approach the lectern, they have exactly what we need and we can move on and decide whether we're going to pass this resolution or not. What I don't think is fair is when we waste people's time. So we received that letter stating that sitting in the audience is a waste of time. Not focusing on the main thing is a waste of time. So I want to encourage my colleagues. So please, let's send out the information in a timely fashion so we can get our answers back so we won't waste our time or the residents' time or the people that are
Little comment box on your ass.
all
Please
right.
pause the time so that you cannot speak like that. That is your first order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's embarrassing and it's also unadult to have people laughing. This behavior is not tolerated in our schools, but we let the parents and the grandparents come here and do this in our chambers. This is horrible. And so,
Please pause the time.
Yeah,
That's your first warning. You're welcome. Continue.
so I'm looking forward to my colleagues, please, sending the information to the administration plan to take back to see the question that were answered, so we can move forward, because otherwise, it's going to be like the Councilman the full board said, people are going to get laid off. And then you can't blame this body, well, I'll say, let's be specific, those that vote in favor and those that have done their due diligence, you can't blame us for that. You have to answer to the several hundred city workers that will be sitting at home. Thank you. Madam,
Yeah, ma'am, you're removed from this meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I gotta leave now. I don't like it when.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I believe, Mr. Jarrett, you are, one last, if you'd like to take your time in the first round of discussion.
And what about all the residents that suffer?
I sit here and sort of struggling with myself between do I take time, additional time, to try to chastise others? Or do I respond to the email that all of us did get, to the letter that was read earlier, and not waste time? I just want to get it over. Let's move forward.
Thank you. Seeing this now, that was everything in the first round of discussion. I'm gonna go ahead and take my time. I do want to caution colleagues, because even though we are in elected positions, we do have a duty to not put ourselves in a position to where we open ourselves up to lawsuits by accusing other elected officials of attempting to campaign using city dollars. These are things that cannot be proven, I would suggest we tread lightly there. I would also implore us not to make accusatory statements of someone attempting to campaign when the rodeo came, when it wasn't even an election year for the person. We always say there's nothing to do here, and then when someone whom you may or may not like provides you with something to do, then all of a sudden there are these fingers and there are all these questions, and then there's they were doing this or they were doing that. Maybe they were simply hearing the cries of the people of the city that they are the mayor over, and providing events for people to attend and things for them to do. Be very clear. Go ahead. What's your point?
You're not germane to president.
Actually, I am, because, so, your point of order is incorrect. Because the door was opened by my colleague when they said it, and when they said that that was the reason that this fiscal year adoption was the reason that they were asking that question. And so since they wanted to relate it to that, I'm going to answer to that. This is my time. Do not use privileged motions to take the floor simply because you do not like what I am saying. I allow you to speak, whether I like it or not. I will be afforded the same respect. Now, as I was saying, again, you cannot try and fault someone because they are the mayor of the city and simply responding to the city's needs for entertainment, to the city's desires for entertainment. Trying to then say, well, this must be something nefarious because they are trying to do their job. Now, we can all like or dislike how falling in or falling out with someone, but the amount of times that it is always insinuated that someone is doing something or someone is taking something, you're insinuating stuff that you cannot defend in a court of law is crazy. The reality is, it's deflective and it's doing everything but talking about this budget. Councilman Pfeiffer gave a very good reason as to why he said he would not vote for this budget. If we ought to be here tomorrow, which we don't have to be if we choose to vote today, up or down here today, but if we have to be here tomorrow, then there's no point in him voting on it today. Councilman Jarrett said that he would prefer to stick to the business of the city. Councilwoman Priestley has pointed out, and she was absolutely 1000% correct, that in December, she gave us all an opportunity to respond. As Councilwoman in the second ward stated, Dr. Liddell Lewis stated, none of us responded. I didn't even respond. And so when you do not respond, you get what you get and you can't throw a fit. That is the reality. The schedule is what it is. And to say that we do not have to come to budget hearings is absolutely 1,000% false. We have to come to budget hearings. We have to come and listen to the staff as they present their budgets, talk about what's happening in their departments, and we had an opportunity for an entire month that myself and Councilwoman Priestley sat here because it is our jobs to sit here and listen to them present. They came here because they were asked to come here. They did their jobs. They continue to do their jobs, and they are subjected to disrespectful statements like, we don't have to be here, but yet they do. We all have a duty to be here. This budget is up to all of us, and for us to be so lighthearted, I'm not going to say us because I'm not lighthearted, but for people to be so cavalier about over 100 people possibly losing their jobs is wild. You know what else is wild? Is someone saying this budget was not balanced, when I would love to hear from my colleague what part of the budget was not balanced, what are their suggestions, because I keep hearing, I'm unhappy with it, I don't like it, this, that. Yet, when there is an opportunity to present an amendment to the budget, because we all have that chance. And we showed the other day, when Councilman Pfeiffer presented a couple of different amendments, that we're willing to sit here and work together through those amendments. So the excuse can't be if you present it, nobody will hear it, because we've already shown that that's not true. We have a duty to get this budget passed. If this is not a budget that you like, if this is not a budget that you feel is balanced, I am open to hearing your amendments to the budget that you proclaim is not balanced. Moving on to the second round. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
So I want to be very clear, because even my questions during budget time were not answered by this administration, nor during the entire time of the past year. We're not limited to one specific time. We're not. So there's many things that do come up, and just because she sent it out in December, schedules change. People have lives. And some people have children. So we have other commitments. So, you know, if we watched it, the person say that we didn't watch it. Don't do that. Because don't do that. Because I watched when I wasn't available, and then I took notes also. And so I did start making this. A Councilwoman Liddell Lewis broke one when I went to get something off the copier last week. So how serious is she taking it? Because she was weaponizing the police. So she broke form in the middle of budget. She did, but you won't hear that. So some of the things, this administration, not everybody, comes here unprepared. The youth is Seamus.
Seamus, would you please join us at the lectern?
Seamus, you walking up here, did you realize in the vetting of this, that I did learn over the holiday weekend, there were 16 children who did not reside in the city of Flint. Did you know that?
We're talking about the budget, I'm sorry, we're talking about the budget, I'm not responsible for the budget.
Okay, I'm talking about the youth jobs. You were discussing that. This is the youth jobs.
Last week, correct, yes.
That is correct, and
Is that on the agenda now, or
everything is in the budget.
Okay.
So this part, did you know there were 16 children who do not reside in the city of Flint?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay. And there was only one that did not have Faith Foundation, and that is the person who vetted them. That's the only foundation or only organization that did not have any Flint students. Latinx did, that lived out of Flint. Coming to Faith had 4 that lived out of Flint. Good Church and McCree. So we had other ones. I was told by, there was a post by Mr. Charles Winfrey of the prestigious McCree Theater that he did not vet these. And that I believe Councilwoman Liddell Lewis and Councilwoman Mashat
were dealing, I guess, with the children. Did you know anything about that?
Who was dealing with children, huh?
Mashak and Lewis.
Look how Candace looking up.
Okay, so
I'm trying to understand the question.
still don't have the question. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but
Thank you.
I'm happy to
Is
respond.
there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Oh, I'm gonna have to go to A4 first, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go A4 too.
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Moore, would you join us at the lectern?
Mr. Moore, I'm looking at, line 35 of the budget, and that's golf. Are you, do you have a copy of this? Talking about the master fee schedule? Yeah, no, not the master fee schedule,
Golf would be in the master fee schedule.
it's the, I guess it's the ledger of the budget that we have. Oh, okay.
Remember when they wrote the budget across the top?
Line 35 is golf, and, it's saying that we have, $11,438, I'm assuming that is, expense. How do we have $11,483 in expense on top of the $72,000 that we pay Flint City Golf? When prior years, that was an income source, now it's an $83,000 expense. So tell me how we go from, that's the economics of this administration. We go from a profit center or a revenue center to an expense. So how do we go completely 180 and now we have a $83,000 expense every year for running 2 golf courses? Thank you, I appreciate it. My next question is, the water fund. The water and sewer fund, why did we switch the accounting to, equity instead of cash balances? Because, who came up with these equity numbers? Equity numbers came from our accounting system. And how are they? They come back from the opposite account. Just for the cash balances can be, and they could be added, but, why did we, after all of these years, why did we decide to do it this year? That we're gonna switch to say that, we have $161 million in, I'm gonna say assets and equity, when realistically, the water and sewer is going bankrupt in the next 5 years. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there anyone, I'm sorry, fourth, Councilwoman in the fourth ward?
He just
That's not gonna allow James to finish producing.
Well, we need Shane said he ain't over the budget. Shane said he ain't over the budget.
You know, me, we gotta get Shane.
Shane said he don't know nothing about the budget. Tell him, Shane. Tell him.
Yeah, I was trying to follow what was going on because there was something about 17 children that were not from 16, 17 children. I'm happy to get those names, if you have those names, send them over to us. I'm trying to do my best to stand in for a colleague who was unwell for this last little bit of time, Miss Shelley Sparks Green, in this space. Also last week, I know if we're still talking about the jobs program, it was mentioned that last year, the resolution was passed and included the names of entities, which actually, in fact, it did not include any entities last year receiving any funds. That council approved the $200,000 and it didn't mention any entities. And I have that resolution I can provide for you guys if you would want to see.
Thank you.
Are you dealing with Councilwoman in the fifth ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, will you please join
Mr.
us?
Moore, can you please explain, under the general fund, in our booklet on page 16, it says here that we have a revenue total of 64.2 million. That's what we bring in, right? But we have expenditures of 68.5 million, right?
Yes.
So that's roughly a $4 million deficit. Explain why that's not balanced.
The budget when it was prepared, well, the definition of the state of Michigan, it's balanced because of the fund equity we have, but that wasn't, when we prepared the budget, we actually assumed that we're going to have net positive. The reason for that is that we did include some grants that we had anticipated that we would receive, which we're in the process of getting, which will reduce that difference. It also doesn't include any lapse in salaries that we have. It's probably where we don't fill all our positions, so there's a pretty good sized gap with that. And then there's some other revenue estimates that we've talked about before, which has to do with the collection of the income tax. We're beginning to share the data with the state of Michigan. We anticipate that those revenues will come in and out more than offset. So if you're asking if budget's balanced, yes, it will balance by the end of the year.
But we don't have any.
Pardon?
We don't have those things in, the grants that you're talking about and all of that.
At the time when we prepared the budget, we did not have those numbers. We were confident we were going to receive them. We're in the process of receiving them. In terms of the revenue from the income tax, we've just started that, and even with the low estimate, we're going to receive a substantial amount of money from that. And then we've never included it. We never had a figure for lapse salaries because we've always assumed that all the positions are going to be filled 100% of the year, and that's just simply not the case.
So do you have some of the figures now?
Yeah, by a precise number, no. I do know we're going to have an addition to the fund balance next year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you so much. And also, thank you, Seamus, for making that abundantly clear what happened last year. Just want to set the record straight because the record is always broken. We're not straight. Last week, I went to the restaurant when I came back. So when I
took all of your stuff to the restaurant.
Stand up and said that they were leaving and that they were not staying. I left my items here to go to the restroom. So let's stop with the false narrative. I continue to come to my job. I don't sit out in the seat. I don't run away to the bathroom. I do my job right here. Furthermore, I do want to be clear with whomsoever said it, whether it is Ms. Tanya Burns or whoever. We had no, quote unquote, as you say, dealing with the children. I don't understand what that means, but I will tell you what happened. What happened is that you have 2 council people that attend community events. You have 2 council members that support things for the youth, like the Silence the Violence movement. And when we hear people talking about they care about the youth and things that like that nature, you don't see them out here in the street doing the real work. So absolutely. So when you say I have dealings with the youth, I sure do. I support them. I go to their schools. I have listening sessions. And make it so bad, why we want to talk about the youth in my dealings? I just got parent representative of the year at my son's school today. So yes, I definitely deal with the youth. Probably deal with the youth. And shall continue to deal with the youth. So back to youth jobs, I want to continue to deal with the youth as we pass money so they can continue to do positive things, so they can have a safe and clean summer. We don't operate out out of the realm of facts here. And so again, whoever is saying that,
Please, thank you for pausing her time. What is your point of order?
Number one, speaking to my motive. I didn't make that statement. If you had listened intently, I didn't make that statement. I thought it was a statement that I had seen that was posted. Wasn't my statement. I don't know if y'all get checks from there or not.
Well, I'm sorry, what statement are you referring to that you didn't make?
The statement that was made about increased center, with both regarding her comment about increased center. So she needs to be factual. I didn't make that statement. It wasn't my written statement, although it was very enlightening.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Burns. Please continue.
thank you. And then she also made the comment, you know, we get checks or not. We received the same check that you received every other week from the city council. That's the check that we received for going out to the community and doing our work. So as we continue to take the floor with points of order to interrupt people when they're telling us things that are factual, one thing that we will not do and that we should not do, let me be clear, that we should not do, if you don't know something to be true, maybe you need to stop talking. And if you want some facts, ask me, because I proudly stand on everything that I have done and that I am doing and that I will do in the future. So again, I am looking forward to passing this balanced budget. If it's not balanced, show us where it's not balanced. Let's work to get it balanced. If we're going to make accusation about working with the youth, that is a great accusation. Join me as we do something good for the residents of the city of Flint, both young and old. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman in the 9th Ward, would you like to take your time? All right, seeing how he has declined to take his time, I will go ahead and take my time really quickly. So this is the resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget. This is what we're about to vote on. I was listening intently to see if there would be any budget amendments or suggestions. There were none, and so we're going to vote on this balanced budget as given Mr. Moore and the definition by the state of Michigan that is in front of us with none of the amendments. So I think actually Mr. Pfeiffer made a couple amendments to some things that we'll see separately here later, but to this very thing that I listened intently for amendments to, we did not get. This is the roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Madam Chair, for the record, I want to note that there were amendments made to this agenda item at the last finance committee meeting.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you say that again?
There were amendments made to this agenda item during the finance committee meeting that did pass.
Correct, I did state that Mr. Pfeiffer made amendments.
Okay.
So we need to make this a point one?
No.
No, we're good, okay.
I'm going to recommend that you hold off on making it point one because we don't do that at one time. Also, without Mr. Moore stating otherwise, I just want to point out to also to the council that the DDA millage resolution was not a part of this agenda. It will be on the special meeting tomorrow, and that normally it is adopted before the budget resolution is adopted. But for the record, the two amendments that passed were correcting the operating millage from the 19.10 to the 18.99.
All right, so Madam Chair, before we go into a roll call, I'm sorry, were you done? I mean, Madam Clerk, were you done?
What's that?
Were you done?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just stating the amendments that had already passed. The operating millage correction from 19.1 and to 18.99, and the ombudsperson's office budget was amended to have a total of $250,000.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, did you want the floor?
I'm trying to get this down. Hold on, y'all. Be patient.
Thank you,
Here we
Madam
go.
Chair. I think,
She might need some clarification on something you just said.
yeah, so Madam Clerk, I'm just not understanding. We have a meeting tomorrow. Why is this even on the agenda for tonight?
Why are we even here tonight?
Because this agenda item was, you were in the middle of voting on it when you lost your quorum.
Okay, so shouldn't you make all of those amendments
option to move it to the special meeting. That way it would give you 3 opportunities to discuss and make amendments.
Okay. Now, and like I said, are we all having the floor again, or what?
It was just you so that you could, get clarity, because I saw your face, but anyway. So basically, the options here, since you are the floor, is, we vote on it now, you say wait till tomorrow, or we.
Yeah, I will, I'll make a motion to, make a motion to have this to be placed on the agenda for tomorrow, this resolution. Because, I mean, we can't vote on this tonight. Yeah, because you just said that we need the DDA budget and all of that before we.
Well, that's what she said.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we, table this until tomorrow for the special council meeting for tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
It's been moved, that we table resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget until the special meeting tomorrow. It was properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Point of order. What is your point of order?
Isn't this already on the agenda for tomorrow?
No, we're just tabling it till then. We can do it. Just go with it.
Okay.
All right, just go with it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen is not here. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Is 7 yes, 0 no, so, resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget, is tabled until tomorrow's special meeting. Moving on to 250161-T, which is the change order overage A-Z Renovations Unlimited lead remediation services for fiscal year 25. What is the pleasure of the body? There has been a move by the councilman in the 8th Ward, motion to send to council. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor. I believe that there is someone here who can speak to it. Sir, if you could please join us at the lectern.
Mr. President, do you know why, what are these orders for, has the work already been performed? Yes. So what were these orders for?
It was for some issues, with add-ons to the house. So basically what our job was supposed to come in with windows and the paint the walls. Once we install the siding on that house, everything is serious. So we have to replace everything.
Do you know why this wasn't brought to council before work was performed?
It was. Not the change order.
That's what I'm saying, the change order.
Oh, we was in the midst of it. We already had the homeowners out of the home. So we have to get things.
Is the work now completed?
It's just being completed.
So why is it just now coming to council?
Right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come to the first round of discussion?
Mr. Carpenter, so this program, how many people have taken advantage of this program?
Currently are, at
125.
I have a waiting list,
Could you give us a list of Yeah, because I think this program is, what is the age of children from under six? Because I do know some people who received it, who said they babysit kids, and they got decided on their house.
It's part of the state program. So the state program does, different things than the city does, so they have a big requirement.
Okay, if they send us the do they go through the state program with you?
No, the city program.
Through the city program? And where is this house that you have the 8,500 over? What should we tell the address? On Trumbull. On Trumbull.
It's AZ remediation.
Address?
Yes.
Address?
It was trying to smooth that information, so.
Would you please pause the time? I'm sorry. Would you please pause the time? Councilman Pfeiffer, what is your point?
Thank you. Thank you.
Please continue your time.
So is it common to have overages like this?
Yes.
Really? Why is it common?
Because it's an unforeseen issue, it was behind the actual siding, so we wasn't,
What's the issue?
the windows was lead, and there was paint that was lead inside of the house. So in order for us to fix that, we couldn't just slap it and actually have to put it up. So the substrate that was actually painted, which was a little, thick hazard, had to actually be removed.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Are you yielding?
I am.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the first round of discussion? See, so there's no one else who would like to form the first round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like to form the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you so much. I am very familiar with this because, we talk about the different programs that are used to remediate lead and also to help upgrade family residency from home. So, thank you, Michael, for a job well done as you work with the residents, senior citizens, and everyone. Just like you said, having those criteria. And to my knowledge, it was one application, there are 6 and under. So if it gets to you a little later, like say when you turn 6 or 7, because of the shortage of construction, people, then, but you still applied before you were 6, correct? All right, thank you very much. So so again, this is one of the many great programs that's offered through this city. The whole tax credit, this, and so we want to encourage individuals to take advantage, reach out to Mr. Carpenter and his department, because they are remediating homes from lead. And yes, they do a thorough job. How do I know? Because I work with residents that were working hand in hand with the city. So I can see firsthand what's going on behind the scenes. And it's nothing but good things. So again, thank you again, Mr. Carpenter. I'm totally for this, and I hope that my colleagues will join you as well, because you service the entire city, correct? Yeah, absolutely. And so we want to make sure that you continue to serve them, so the people that are not able to take advantage of the state of Michigan's lead safe program, you can take advantage of the city of Flint lead safe program. So, and if they can't reach you, they can the customer service desk downstairs direct them to you? Did that work? Thank you so much, navigators. We definitely appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and for your dedication to also to helping the residents level up in the city of Flint. I've seen a lot of the work. You guys do great work. All right, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the second round of discussion? Seeing as there's no one else who would like to form the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for resolution 250161-T to move the council, and that's to change order overage A through Z renovation unlimited lead remediation service for fiscal year 25. Roll call, Madam.
This is special events, right? This is special.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
The vote is yes, 0 no. That resolution 250161-T, which is the change order overage A through Z renovation unlimited lead remediation service for fiscal year 25 has been moved to council. Moving on to resolution 250162-T, which is the contract A through Z renovation lead-based paint hazard control abatement services. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. There is a motion to send to council. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor. Mr. Carpenter, would you please join us at the lectern?
Mr. Carpenter, I see that this was bid out. Do you have a list of who bid? It's not online, and it's not included in this package. Were they the only bidder? Or there was more bidder?
Had 18 showed up, 13 that bid.
So you got 13?
Oh, all on the award list, 6. Because of the price. Then we also have to have license.
So we have 6 contractors that were, so this is one of 6 that we're gonna give?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you dig up that and email that to me, the results? For, the next council meeting, the next hour or so?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And do you know how much our, because this is all HUD, is this the correct amount, so this is the 3 million that we're getting from HUD for the lead-based program?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
How do people get in contact with you?
I'm sorry?
How do people get in contact with you?
Cell phone, email.
What's your email?
mcarpenter@cityoflint.com.
Then they put somebody out going up there.
And then the program, never mind, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, anybody in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one in the second round of discussion? This is the roll call vote to send 250162-T, which is the contract A renovation lead-based paint hazard control abatement services to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shat?
Yes.
Mr. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Contract A through Z renovation lead-based paint hazard control abatement services, resolution 250162-T has been sent to council. Moving on to resolution 250163-T, which is allow Montana Automotive Group purchase 5 trucks for the department. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. There's been a motion to send to council. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
For you to, Mr. Mitchell.
All right, if we could have,
Mr. Mitchell also, if I can clear back there.
I think only Mr. Mitchell.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, will you join us at the lectern?
So, Mr. Mitchell, I just hate the fact that the staff sits that far back. I do. Because it eats up our time. And no other city council staff sit that far back. So tell us about these trucks and why you need them. And what will they do?
Well, 3 of the trucks will be, they're called easy dumps, like dump, maybe dump trucks.
Okay.
I have, 3 of them that's in very bad shape. So we're replacing those. And I'll be replacing 3 of my pickup trucks, which are 2017.
So how many trucks do you have in your fleet altogether?
How many trucks do I have total?
Right.
I think I have like a total of, I want to say 25 trucks.
And you're replacing,
Pickups and easy dumps.
so you said 3 easy dumps?
Yes, 3 easy dumps.
And 5 pickups?
And 5 pickups.
And what is your older vehicle, 2017?
Yes,
What's the approximate mileage you should have on the truck?
like 70,000.
70,000?
7,000, but they're beat up, they're rusted, doors falling off, they've been used.
Okay. Nobody wants to ride in the trucks at
And
we all have.
floorboards, because a lot of them we use to block, so the easy dumps. Yes, we assist street maintenance, whenever street maintenance have an issue, they call us in our agency, so we assist them with, blocking.
All right, thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Are you yielding? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor as the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor in the second round of discussion.
I guess I'm still like Mr. Mitchell. Now, these aren't, I know that we got, like, the non-religion and everything else that you go. These aren't schools, right? Not at all. Trust me, a young man behind you is not allowed that here. Okay. I mean, that was that was a once in a lifetime thing. Yes. That was all we could get. I have a question for you. So, can you tell me the price discrepancy on why one of the trucks is 56,000 and the other 65,000? And it seems to be the same. I guess one is a diesel and one is a gas. So why not both diesel, not both gas? This is what they had on the lot. So we were able to get to La Fontaine and say we needed these trucks. And we were able to, and some of them were traded. So we were able to trade 3 of our trucks in. So the two I'm looking at, 2025, you know what number was it? You know what? One is 56,000, the other is 65,000. Is the cost difference between gas and diesel? And I know that diesel are better long term. Yes. So I know the gas is cheaper, the vehicle, but is it going to cost us for the long term? I have the gas one or vice versa. No, because to me, it's like, well, if they don't have what we want, why can't we wait or order everyone that we want? I bet it, because we can save 10 grand if we waited and because they both got the same dump yard or dump aspects of them, same snow. If the gas one is sufficient, why not save 10 grand and wait a few months to get our gas one? We just look at what they got in the lot. It's not easy to get trucks anymore. Trying to get trucks now is like MG. I drive by some lots of losing the stores. A lot of what you see here are used. Trying to get a new truck, it's not easy. I think a lot across from the old, across from National Capital in New York City, there's parking lots of but those are not the trucks we use. You will see a lot of trucks we use. The trucks we use are for plowing. I mean, we can wait now. We don't have a problem waiting. We don't have much problem. I'm just trying to get the justification.
Thank you. Anybody else in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So, do you, I know that you're in the middle of speaking, so would you like to continue your statement?
Oh, no, I was just saying if they wanted us to wait, we'll wait and see what they're going to do. But, I mean, we'll wait, whatever.
Okay. All right, and, so let's say we're talking about better deal, vehicles, right?
No, I was just speaking to Mr. Piper said.
If you need it, say you need
us to wait, we'll wait.
it. Say you need it.
Okay, so, my reservation is that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I know you said that you don't mind, but with being good stewards with the money, we see that, we're hearing the talk of tariffs, and things are going up. And so, if we don't act now, do you think, if we wait, do you think that the price will go up?
Almost definitely. Most definitely, the price of everyone.
Okay, so what you're saying is if we wait, it'll be at our expense. So we'll be rolling the dice.
Regardless.
Okay, but if we move now, then we're getting.
We'll at least get this price, but I can't guarantee you what they're, how much more they'll be, because everything, all my equipment, everything that I use is going up.
Okay, all right, well, I appreciate that information because we hear on TV, we're hearing people talking about, shipping things from overseas, the cost is rising. Price of buying cars are rising, and so, what do you recommend?
I recommend doing what we have, what I have right here.
Okay, all right.
I recommend going with what I have right here.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, that's my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for resolution 250163-T. La Fontana Automotive Group purchased 5 trucks for the sewer department to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Wanted.
Mr. Gerald.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
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 Vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution moves forward to council and now with resolution 250163-T. La Fontaine Automotive Group purchased 5 trucks for the sewer department. Moving on to resolution 250164-T, which is the contract for Dell Marketing LP 3-year Microsoft Renewal Information Technology Department. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the first ward. There's been a motion to move to council. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no discussion in the first round, is there discussion in the second? Seeing as how there's no discussion in the second, we will move to the roll call vote for resolution 250164-T, which is the contract Dell Marketing LP 3-year Microsoft Licensing Renewal Information Technology Department. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what it is. They choose any personal life over getting a job.
Yes.
Important job in the city council is what people don't understand.
Yes.
The budgetary process and their legislation. This is the main point.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 250164-T, which is the contract for Dell Marketing LP 3-year Microsoft Licensing Renewal Information Technology Department has been moved to council. Moving on to the final resolution for this committee, resolution 250172-T, which is the adoption of the 2025-2026 master fee schedule. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
The budget must be.
There's been a motion to send this resolution to council. Is there support?
No, it doesn't.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there discussion in the councilwoman in the sixth ward? You have the floor.
But this budget is for next year.
Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the lectern?
But that's their fault that it's not balanced. Because all of it, it's all their fault why it's not balanced. Because they should compel them here to come to the meetings and they all sit down on one accord and make their amendments and get the budget done together. But they busy campaigning all the time, throwing darts at each other.
Yes.
So, next question. Do you know how many days that will be open and occupied?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are we leaving them on the schedule even though they're not open?
We, amended the schedule so it just says community center.
He's
It's not
accountable to it.
ratified.
He's
So,
the main
if they open up,
because
if
his
it's
job
available,
is
if
to have
not,
the budget processes submitted.
so,
Them.
yeah.
They approve it, but they can make amendments.
Okay, so
What they're at fault at
you amended
is they not all
the name.
and more extra hour and do the time, making the
Before we,
amendments in those meetings
last time,
and bringing those
last week
amendments
it
to the
said
table
that,
and get on
there was a fee for the Eric Day Center, and there was another fee for the Kiddo Center. Now we just say community center. We combine the two, if those, if one open, that's fine, if two open, or if three or four, you still have one separate rate.
Okay, there's you have centers with names on them that have not been approved by city council.
Never had
These are, you name change a building,
but we
it's
never had
supposed to
arguing
come
issue.
through city council. Even say, for instance,
We worked
the
together.
Coles Library had to come to city council.
That we
So
didn't
this
hear.
name,
Kept them in the
you know,
corner.
names keep changing.
The name that, we changed, we amended the, resolution to master fee schedule, so it does not include the names of the.
We didn't have them dominate us.
Okay, that's, yeah, but that, it needs to have the names so that you know and identify what you're paying.
You can't get, when he got with them, he became the senior, and he controlled the
City attorney, Attorney Gerald, when a name change, but I believe I read the ordinance, any name changes needs to come to city council on any public or city property or building. They can change, and it's not the Eric May Center, it's the May Center with the sign that fell down.
He did exactly what I
So
showed you in the
it's
video, right? I said,
our
"Let's raise
city
our
buildings,
bills up here,
because
right?"
if we have a master fee schedule, now understanding the law name, which will be the documents they gave us today, our city buildings required by resolution to have the name change approved by city council.
No, not all of the city buildings require that. From my understanding with the library, that was a different situation, being that, there's some oversight by the city in some respects. But the idea here with the master fee schedule was that all the prices for any of the community centers, senior centers included, should be the same price. So if somebody's going to rent at Asco, any of the community centers, including the main center, it should be the same price. It shouldn't depend on where it's located. And so that was the idea, that if there's a discount for those individuals who are 80 years old and over, it would be the same, no matter which one of the cities. And it also looks at resident versus non-resident as opposed to member, non-member. So it's just clarifying.
So it's going to be uniform.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it was an ordinance, and I'll have to look at it, send to you, because we keep checking, no, we don't, the building's name keep changing. It was supposed to be the Eric Mays Center, then the sign said Mays Center, then it was the McKinley, then I believe McKinley's got some other, projects, I believe, that they're working on. It won't just be the McKinley, I believe it'll be it's supposed to be a senior, but also having another organization that's going to also be here. And so, according to ordinance, city buildings allocation of space, the city council shall by resolution determine the use of space as involved in buildings adjacent to such termination allocation and reallocation of name
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward?
Mr. Moore, can you tell me what, services provided on the rental license and registration fee for $250? What, because this is for user fee, user fees are charged for services that benefit the individual or entity charged and avoid municipal subsidization. So what benefit or services provided at the rental license and registration fee of $250?
You'd have to ask the community services department.
Okay, what does vacant property registration mean? What benefit or services provided with that $250 fee?
I would recommend the cost part of the community services for that. The building inspection part for that.
Is there somebody here that can speak to that?
Come on, the man looking for help, y'all go.
Madam Chair.
Through the chair, we can make sure there's someone here, from building services to answer that question for tomorrow during a special.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to amend line number 74, rental license registration fees, and also line 84, vacant property registration to $100 instead of $250.
There's been an amendment for both the the rental fees, and then also the vacant property registry, fee. Is there support?
That's all I can do.
It was moved and properly supported. Is there discussion on that?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman and floor board.
Through you to Mr. Pfeiffer, I understand the reasoning behind the $100 for the rental, but what about the vacant, property? Would you give me a rationale for that?
So, to me, I think that there's no engagement. Nobody registers. So, I think by lowering that, we may get people to follow. We're going to get more than we have now. So I don't even know what is the requirements. Maybe you know, what are the requirements to register vacant property?
I know that there is an ordinance that requires registration of vacant property, but it's
That's not cool.
correct.
So maybe if we lower, we might get engagement. Keeping it high is a bit of an increase. So what do we have to do? Maybe we want to, I don't know. We're keeping it at 250.
I think with that one, if there's gonna be someone present to discuss it tomorrow, we should just go back tomorrow until tomorrow.
So, I'm gonna support the vacant property, but I'd like to hear from someone tomorrow on the rental license. So, I'm gonna make a motion to separate those two items and just drop the 74, line 74, the rental license and registration fee to $100, and just leave line 84 in place at this moment. I'm asking that line 74 be dropped from your motion, so I'm making a substitute motion to add that back in for the moment, and then to leave the line 84, the vacant property registration, at $100. So that was.
You mean at the 200?
Yeah, at the suggested.
Right. So there is a substitute motion on the floor to only change
The vacant lot property registration, which is line E.
I understand, so there's a substitute motion on the floor to only change the vacant property registration. Is there support? So that fails for lack of support.
I do.
All right, going back to, and we're still at the, original substitute. Go ahead. City attorney, please.
City attorney, please.
year, but I will look that up for you and come up with the answer.
Does it state, because that's what we're in litigation for, right? Is this a portion of it? I don't want you to
Yeah.
get too deep into it, but.
No, the litigation you're referring to is not for vacant
No,
property.
this is so I'm speaking specifically now, to the rental license and registration.
It is not to the rental and licensing fee.
So, I'm sorry, I don't remember if you answered. Did you answer, is there anything specific that we say we are providing with that charge? So if I own a house and I want to rent it out, full transparency, I don't have that. But if I had a house that I wanted to rent out, what service is the city providing by me signing up for that rental license and registration?
Free
By law,
kickbacks
we
from the
have to
house
provide
and
service,
commission.
right? So what service are we providing? Because the inspection of that is above and beyond that fee.
Well, it really does depend. So if it is a rental property or a vacant property, and you think about out-of-state property owners, we do have to make sure that the property is still compliant.
But that's an inspection fee that's on top of the registration fee. So, and I can't find the answer, so I'm not surprised if you don't know the answer. I cannot find what service we provide other than putting a name on a list that we then in turn enforce inspections on. So, but the inspection is above and beyond, so what services that you could charge?
I will have that answer for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sure.
So the reason I make that is makes in this amendment is because nobody can answer that, and we are charging these fees that nobody can justify. And to my knowledge, we have 40% of the houses in Flint are rentals, and we do not have that amount of participation that are signed up for the rental license. So we are providing red tape and cost for persons or entities that rent houses, own houses, and they're standing in the way of charging them. So whatever service that is, to me, if we lower it, we're going to get more participation, and people won't. Because if you own 10 houses, what's the benefit of paying $2,500 versus not paying because there's no enforcement? So to me, there needs to be an enforcement arm, but we need to lower the registration arm so that we get more participation. So to me, this is a big one, and I think that we would actually be more revenue if we lower the fee. Just saying, just by speaking to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the first round discussion? You already spoke. You already spoke on this? Oh, wait, that's right. Go ahead. You're fine. He made a motion.
Thank you. Attorney Gurley. Will this affect, is this what that, I think this is the rental fees has been in court before. Is this one still in court, rental fees with Lake Atlantic?
Well, you know, I will not talk about specific litigation.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Is it in court?
Right. No, it does not involve the rental inspection fees. No.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else, because we're on the motion to change both of them. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Thank you, Madam.
Councilwoman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. If possible, could we please bring Mr. Bailey up to the lectern?
Is Tyler Bailey here?
And seeing that this is his realm of expertise, I definitely would like to hear his take on amending of these fees. But before he begins to speak, I know that I did do some due diligence, and I began to look at other municipalities to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. And it's important for Flint to speak to their neighbors, to see how they're doing things. And I know that East Lansing, their fees are $255. I saw one as low as $200 in Madison Heights. But we see that we had some of the lowest fees, and $250 is still pretty much on the, I'll say, low to mid-end. So, Mr. Bailey, if you don't mind, would you please enlighten us about this fee and your professional opinion on how we should move forward with the adjustment?
Yeah, so I will give you the caveat first that I am not a building inspector, so you might probably be the right person to ask. So you're correct, our fees are not close to on average for what the state charges. And I know some folks don't want to have to pay fees, but at the end of the day, it's the price of, you have that same skin in the game, doing that.
Fair enough. Well, I guess anything else you want to add for?
No, my fees are mostly all from zoning.
From zoning? Gotcha. All right, thank you so much. All right, so seeing that and hearing that, we want to lower fees, but rent has increased tremendously. Rent is astronomical.
Austin time, what is your request?
Don't you think that Marcus fee would be tax much?
Would help lower the rent, duh.
All right, so,
Please continue.
all right, then not a problem. So again, whenever you get in the rental game, there's a few things that you must know for certain. You know that you shall pay fees. And, and as we talk about, building up the city of coffers, taking money away is not a way to build the coffers. And the fact that we're having landlords getting $1,000 plus easy, $1,000 a month easy. Yeah, we want to make sure that, again, Flint, that we're getting our fair share. Now, I know that we have some colleagues that have told people to remove the F out of Flint, but that's not beneficial to this body. What we need to do is we need individuals to move into Flint and to pay their property taxes and their fees. That's important.
She's so
no matter if it's a water bill fee, no matter what fee it is, we need all those fees to make our municipality work. So, Madam Chair, so I definitely will link the rest of my time after I just state again for the record that Flint, we are definitely on the lower end of fees. We don't hardly charge anyone anything for these fees. And so, I'm not working for any interest group besides the residents of the city of Flint. And so we want to make sure that all fees are being adhered to. Do I think that the fees were lower than people will pay? Probably not. Because if you're not paying as is, then what makes you think that you're going to pay if it's lower? We have a history of, I'll say, a culture in our city of non-payment. And so we want to make sure that individuals that own property or that use services, that they pay for what they use. And again, if you choose to be a landlord anywhere, that's fine, but you're going to pay your fair share. You're going to pay your fee. And if you don't like the fee, please be landlord somewhere else so you can pay a higher fee elsewhere. That's how it works. We can't pacify everyone. We cannot. And so we want to make sure that if we do nothing else, that we must look out for the interests of the city, because we are the stewards of the financial branch of the government. That is our duty. So I will definitely wait to hear what Mike has to say. But again, I want my fellow colleagues to do a little bit of due diligence, see what everyone else is charging in the state, and bring it back to the body. We can further the discussion. If I'm wrong, I don't have a problem with saying, okay, let's amend it. But we need to be scientifically based and not emotionally driven. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Not on this one. We tried to make a thing and it didn't work out. So, but that was your first round. So, everybody else? All right, we can move on to the second round. Councilman.
Okay, as Dr. Lewis was speaking, I decided to look at Saginaw. And, Saginaw has an annual license for $125. And this is the same thing. According to the master fee schedule, it says rental license and registration fee one time. And, but in Saginaw, it's actually dated 2025, and that it's annual fee. So $250 is cheaper than Saginaw.
What is your request?
Are you aware? I don't care what the fee is, we can come with a new one, we can bring a fee. I don't know what's that going on right now.
I bet you want to know who does it.
That's my thing.
I have you.
I do have a request for, point of information. The city attorney literally started all of this off with Mike Ryder, who will be here tomorrow to discuss this. So if there are any answers that are needed, Mike Ryder can answer the question about the fee.
And I was just stating Saginaw. That's all I was saying.
No, but I'm just saying that there seems to be, we can't get answers. Well, we were told at the beginning of this discussion, we'll be here tomorrow to answer.
I was just calling up to Saginaw. That's all. I figure Saginaw is one on a socio-economic level, locally, so that would be more relevant to anybody else. Through you, are you coming up back or no? You don't have anything additional to add, right?
Real question. So, through you, Madam Chair, to the company board. So, if we had, I want to make that math right. So, if Saginaw is charging $125 per year, and we're charging $250 for the life of the ownership of the property, is that what I'm hearing? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the second round of discussion?
Judy look like a skinless cat.
All right, thanks, so Julie, in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. So I'm not gonna support any changes, where this is concerned, when the attorney literally stated that tomorrow, the person that can answer the questions will be present to answer the questions. I don't understand why we need to rush and make any amendments today. If all the questions will be answered tomorrow, whether we lower it or make it higher or be comparable to Saginaw or whatever, all of that is irrelevant today because we would all be doing it based off of a feeling we might have when the reality is the person that is basically responsible for enforcement can speak to us tomorrow about why the fee is the fee. Roll call, Madam Clerk, and this was the motion to change both the rental fee for community centers, the rental license fee for community centers, all right? I thought you put two. Okay. Thank you. So this is an amended motion for, line item 74, which is rental license and registration fee one time, $250, down to $100. And then also line item 84, which was the vacant property registration, down from $250 to $100. Roll call, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Mr. Vice. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Yes.
No. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, that motion fails. Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There is a motion on the floor to postpone resolution 250172 T, which is the adoption of the 2025-2026 master fee schedule to tomorrow's meeting. Is there support?
He's so proud.
I'll support it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Jack?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution has been postponed until tomorrow's meeting. What is the pleasure of the body?
Motion for adjournment.
There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 6:50 p.m. The Special Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned.
That's great.
This is a reminder to public speakers, if you wish to speak at the council meeting, you need to fill out a speaker slip, and have a box when the meeting starts. If you've already filled out the speaker slip for the previous meeting and wish to speak, you do not have to fill out another slip.
Watch it.
Oh man, that's live.
I was just curious if you ever got a late Memorial Day.
No, I was good, though. I didn't get it, but I was good. Thank you, though.
I really appreciate what you do.
Thank you so much. She was coming to see about her making it some EA job.
It was really fun, so, but I was like, man, I wish I could.
I did. Thank you. I did it, though. I was upset. All the loved ones that kept the family with the meals are gone. They left here with some stones.
Oh, well, I'm sure you got food or something.
Right.
Yeah, they just wanted to show up. People just like, yes, thank you so much. It was, it's nice to see that.
Thank you.
So do you guys take like donations for each other? Because I can't.
That's the presidency of our president.
This way, not like the.
Yeah, I need to take this.
All right. There's a thing for you. You guys have to go.
Thank you.
Candace did her hair way out.
Shit, this shit play out.
Thank you. Did anybody know it's RL not here today? And RL ain't never been here. for sure. Thank you. We needed that. We needed you, believe me. This should be a quick meeting because they can't talk about nothing until, yeah, I seen I seen it because I was out there when he said he was going to do it. I was hollering, that's why I didn't come right back here right then. I did say that, didn't I, Shane?
Those guys are city attorneys.
Oh, right there? Wow.
I don't know who they are, but that Joanne Gurley went over there and talked to them, and we talked to Alina. So I was trying to figure out who they were.
Oh, y'all back.
That's right. Property.
They couldn't keep y'all out.
It is.
That's some sick shit.
You just have to figure out how you can grow it, because that'll be even bigger. I don't know. Something's gonna happen because they're too crazy. Not against us. And Al's gonna be crashing out for real one of these days. She is this close to me.
You signed up to
No, I didn't. I told her, I was like, I want to, but I don't know.
I feel you.
It's sometimes it's like sitting through the first one makes me so mad, so I have to do the second one, but
Right.
yeah, they all were talking like different, so I figured they were somewhere, yeah. Something's going on. The Flint guy was leaving, we were outside, and they were like, oh, you work at Flint Bees? He was like, yeah, they're like, are you gonna record the truth this time? And he was like, oh, yeah, we'll try to do better, we'll try to do better.
Wow. Even you know. They can't, they owner ain't gonna let them do it.
Well, shoot, with me, I could meet her for talk about my concerns. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like, you don't have enough time for the day, so don't know.
She's something else, ain't she?
Why don't you just offer me a job right now?
Right.
I sit here every single week, you know, instead of you down here.
And you do it right. But see, that'll be the problem. You'll be doing it too. And they will not get out. You know, the mayor, she only got called down to the mayor.
I was talking to Matt now. And she didn't say anything in the picture out here. And he was like, if you don't leave, I'm gonna arrest you.
But they didn't get her.
And that's what she said. I didn't say anything. I didn't get a warning. He told her, if you don't leave right now, I'm arresting you.
But you see how Shirley, how you doing, Shirley? How you doing, Shirley? I'm just loyal to the soil. Real lawyers parts that I've been
I was gonna say, you usually will. I didn't even remember to bring mine.
So to be for next year. Oh, the sun having nervous breakdown. Wow. And they got 3 rooms.
There you go.
And the some of the same, but they got a class for me. But some of the same stuff that we had in the last Thanksgiving. I'm straight on the holidays now. I'm giving up the holidays. It is.
Clearly serves their own purpose.
I'm upset. I ain't got the mother side that could be here. Jordan, this is like the 11. All right, said he gonna do it. I was like, hell, it ain't like how it used to be. You know, the stores, man, we always get together for every holiday. I'm not used to this time, man. This man got 4 stores. Three sitting there and one right there. That's the city of Tulsa. It's gonna be down here. Across the street. I mean, yeah, right here.
Calling the city council meeting to order for the purpose of electing a city council president in accordance with section 201B of the Flint Charter. And we will start with a roll call. Mr. Robinson is not in. Dr. Lewis? Present. Ms. Graysley? Present. Ms. Rutherford? Present. Ms. Burns? Ms. Jack?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
Madam
Ms. Graysley?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone the selection of officer, leadership, whatever you want to call it, to the end of the agenda.
Graysley has made a motion to postpone the organization of city council to to the end of the agenda. Is there support for the motion? Support. Support moved by Ms. Burns. Roll call.
That was not, I'm sorry, excuse me. That was not me.
Sorry, that was that. Roll call on the motion. Mr. Allen, Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jerry.
Yes.
So the tie is 2 yes. So we will move on with the rest of the city business.
Now it's time for the pledge of allegiance. Councilwoman Shannon, can you please do the pledge of allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now it's time for the prayer of blessing. We have anyone that would like to honor someone with a moment of silence before the report. Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Prayer for the family of Mr. Carter, Lofton III, the family of Mr. Paul Hood, the family of Mr. Joe Franklin, and the family of Mrs. Terry Ross.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'd like to have condolence for Mr. Kermit Welch. Moment of silence.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to join in the request for the moment of silence for Mr. Hood, as well as Mr. Franklin, and then also for the Evans family in their loss.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing that there are no one else, I would like to have a moment of silence for Ms. Joanne Deloney. Ms. Joanne Deloney. All right, so now we'll have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. So now it's time for the prayer of blessing. Ms. Priestley, could you stand up for the prayer of blessing?
Father in heaven, we ask for your wisdom as we begin this meeting. We acknowledge that we need your wisdom and insights, and we welcome your presence among us. Guide us in our discussions and decisions, helping us to seek what is best for all involved. We trust in your perfect wisdom and ask that you direct our meeting according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, so now it is the reading of the Shirley Parker City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. So now it's time for requests for agenda changes or additions. Do we have any agenda changes? Go ahead, Ms. Christie. All right, we have add-on number 1.
Project planning document and water center is designated in honor and an authorized project representative.
All right. So I will
the election reorganization.
Okay, so, all right, so let me look. Okay. All right, so.
That's right.
There is another thing that's before that, so it needs to go after
After 170?
whatever our last. Right, until, whatever the last.
Oh, yeah, the last resolution 2501.
No, that.
So after the 25016.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
does that resolution actually goes to the public hearing if that makes a difference in placement? Okay.
So it needs to go after the.
Before public comment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it will go directly after public hearing. Okay. All right, you want to object? So, okay, so we will have a vote on that. Any more things? Are you no more? Okay, so Madam Clerk, so we will do a roll call vote for the addition of, not resolution, but add-on number 1, to right after public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I have to motion, make the motion in a second.
Oh, okay, thank you. So is there a motion for that?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to do it after presentation of minutes.
After the presentation of minutes.
Support.
Okay.
Oh, I don't object to that one.
All right, so we are going to add it without objection to right after the presentation of minutes. So, further resolution. All right, so seeing that we have no more additions, we will go on and we will have our public hearing, which is public hearing 2. Oh, go ahead.
I also would like to move for the appointment to after the organization.
The third one, appointment to after the organization council. All right, got it. Thank you. All right, so we will move forward to public hearing, which is 250-154.6, the public hearing on the drinking water system improvements in 2026 drinking water state revolving fund project plan. All right, so before we move on, I would like to ask the attorney, is there anything that we need to know about this before we start the hearing?
Yes, good evening, council. We have representatives here from DLC Engineering who will provide the information on the city's application for the drinking water state revolving loan fund. They're going to present the project plan, which is due by June 1st, and they'd like to submit it by Friday. So thank you for entertaining this public hearing.
All right, thank you. And so we have a presentation correct before the hearing. Go ahead.
There's, like, is there going to be a presentation and then we get a chance to ask questions? Because none of that is on the agenda. This is a public hearing, not a presentation, so I'm trying to see what we're doing.
If I may amend the agenda again to put the presentation from our, from the engineering firm, prior to the public hearing.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Gracie.
With, 15-minute time.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so, 1 second. All right, so what we will do is just have you all just state what you're here to present really, really briefly, so we can go and add this to the agenda, okay? Okay, and you are?
My name is Mike Lucken with DLZ.
Okay, all right. All right, so how long do you need?
Hopefully no more than 15 minutes.
No more than 15 minutes? Okay. All right. So go ahead, Madam.
Okay, so I'd like to make this a special order for, 30 minutes with, to include council questions.
All right. Sounds good. So that'll be ordered. Okay.
Trying to get the drum looking here.
Make sure you speak to the mic so we can hear.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just for the record, we will keep the time to stay with the,
They can't put it on the screen because they're using the time.
Just look at the time you start and 30 seconds.
Yes.
I'd like to make a request that, they are reworking
All right, fair enough.
so they're saying that there's going to be, thank you.
All right, you all right?
We're good.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate council for having us this evening. As I said, my name is Mike Lucken. I'm with DLZ, Department Manager, Civil Engineer. I'm here with Kyle Gall, also a Civil Engineer with DLZ. And we're here to talk to you tonight about the 2026 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan. We'll get into a little bit of details of what this is, why we're here, a couple of projects that are involved in this project plan submittal. We'll go through those and answer any questions that you might have. So what is the DWSRF program? It's a Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program. It's a low interest loan program that helps finance and helps assist communities in financing drinking water infrastructure improvements. It's a program that was established in 1996 as an amendment to the Safe Drinking Water Act. So what is the program? Well, each year Congress authorizes a certain amount of money to each state. I think in the last few years it's been in the neighborhood of $260 million. We don't exactly know what that number is this year. 2026 project examples, the goals of the community to improve drinking water treatment, fix leaky old pipes, improving source water supply, replacing and constructing finished water storage tanks, or other infrastructure projects that we need to improve public health. So there's four components that we're going to try to go over tonight. So the appointment of Eagle, who administers this project plan and the review and scoring of these projects. I'll point out before we get into the project specifically, this public hearing and any action that you might take on the add-on number 1, the resolution, doesn't commit you to this program. This is simply getting you in the queue for some potential either low interest funding or there's possibilities for principal forgiveness. So this kind of gets you in the queue. These projects that you evaluated with other projects across the state and scored appropriately. Hopefully your projects will score well and possibly secure some funding for these. So 4 components that we're going to go over tonight, description of the drinking water infrastructure and alternatives. So we look at the projects that we've identified and alternatives to what we're looking to do as the improvements. We're going to provide descriptions of the recommended alternatives and costs that are associated with those. We're going to talk about financing and we're going to talk about any social and environmental impacts that might be caused by the project. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Kyle Gall. He'll go over the project specifics, and then we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Council. As Mike said, my name is Kyle Gall. I'm with GLZ Engineering. So, right now, these projects are all things that have been identified for our city water needs. We have 2 projects that are part of this project plan. There's the rehabilitation of the Torrey Road Booster Station, which has seen reoccurring problems with poor pressure and supply issues, as well as the replacement of 30,000 feet of the Northwest Transmission Main. And this has had issues with aging water main breaks, and water quality, public health concerns. And these 2 projects are also identified on the administrative consent order. So these are addressing that, which with that timeline, we're looking at the Torrey Road Booster Station to have complete by December 31st, 2027, and the Northwest Transmission Main by December 31st, 2028. Here's a general map of the study areas. I'll get into a little bit more specifics as we go. The purple lines, there's the 2 different phases, and that's going to be for the Northwest Transmission Main. And we've got the yellow circle that is where the Torrey Road Booster Station is. So, as we said, when we're looking at these, we look at different alternatives, and there's some set alternatives that EGLE requires you to look at. The first being no action. This is pretty self-explanatory. We do absolutely nothing. Obviously, it's not a great alternative when you're looking at improving your system. The second alternative is optimum performance of existing facilities. So for this one, we're going to have operational changes to aging infrastructure. You might have some new equipment, but no full rehabilitation. This is basically looked at as a temporary solution, and it's essentially what the city is currently doing. Then number 3 is going to be a regional alternative. So for this, for the Northwest Transmission Main, we might look at things like adding another feed from Genesee County, or completely, instead of replacing this water main, building a new water main in general. For the Torrey Road Booster Station, a regional alternative would be to build a second booster station to help aid instead of doing anything with the current one. These are obviously not going to be as cost effective, so we are looking at alternative 4, which is what the resolution then is for, of improving the existing infrastructure. This is going to be directing comprehensive water quality and reliability improvements, and I'll get into a little bit more of what the specifics of each of these projects will be for alternative 4 next. So the rehabilitation of the Torrey Road Booster Station, right now, kind of optimum performance, what's happened thus far is they already tried putting in new pumps, but it's still experiencing low pressures. So at this point, we're looking at doing a complete rehabilitation in order to get the service up to what it should be. For the Northwest Transmission Main, we'd be repairing, replacing the water main. That's going to be about 30 feet of water main. It's split up into 2 phases, which I'll show a little bit better on one of the upcoming maps. Phase 1 is going to be from DuPont and Cascade intersection to the DuPont and Seminole intersection. And phase 2 runs from the DuPont and Bishop intersection to the water treatment facility. And this is going to provide, high water quality. It's
It's gonna reduce the number of water main breaks, it's going to increase the reliability. And we want to look a little closer at some of those maps. So Torrey Road, this is an existing booster station that we're rehabbing. It's located off Hamburg Road between I-69 and West 12th Street. And the northwest transmission main is, as I said, the phase one runs from DuPont and Cascina intersection to DuPont and Sentinel intersection. It is slightly misleading because the route actually mostly follows Iroquois Avenue, despite starting and stopping on Cascina, or on DuPont, sorry. The second phase runs from DuPont and Bishop intersection to the water treatment facility, and that's going to follow on Bishop Avenue and Wager Avenue. For these, you might notice that there's a gap in between these two sections. As I believe was mentioned in the brief meeting, some of this work has already been done, so that section that's missing has already been completed, which is why we have two phases that don't. So looking at the estimated construction budget, once again, we looked at all four alternatives for the budget. Option one, that no action, and option two, the optimum performance. Those are not going to have any initial costs because we're not doing anything or we're running things exactly as they are right now. We will see an increase in operation and maintenance costs though, as we see more routine maintenance and spot repairs employers without any utilization. For number three, the regional alternatives. A water reliability study was done in 2016 that identified the cost as being around $20 million based on inflation since 2016 and not accounting for any differences in supply issues. That cost is currently about $26.65 million. And once you add in the Torrey Road booster station, we're already exceeding $30 million. So we could already tap further as basically an option four that's already in excess of what the option four alternative would be. For doing all the improvements, the actual construction cost we're looking at is about $25 million. For the loan budget, that does have to take into account construction costs, design, administration, inspection, legal management, bond counseling. So all in all, for what we were looking at for that front load would be $29.5 million. Now, with this loan, it is a low interest loan. So City will be requesting and the low interest rate, which Eagle has right now estimated at 2.2%. Based on this, we have an annual principal and interest payment of $29.5 million. And the principal's the budget, sorry. Yes. Thank you. The budget was $29.5 million. So principal and interest would be funded through the operation and maintenance budget, unrestricted sewer fund balance, capital charges. Now comparing this to the bond market, we're looking at an interest rate of approximately 4.5% compared to that 2.2%, which works out to an annual savings of about $428,000.
Bullshit.
So if we compare this over time, the estimated loan at that $29.5 million is going to end up between the SRF fund of 2.2 and the conventional market of 4.5, a savings of about $8.5 million over time.
You said loan. Flint broke.
Looking at the social environmental impacts, we're looking at minimal traffic impacts for a booster stations and existing site that we're already constructing on. The water main's going to follow the existing, so everything's already been built out, so it's going to reduce any new impacts. For the project costs, as Mike mentioned, hopefully, just and possibly get some forgiveness, some grants. We won't know until actually submitting everything. But if project costs would need to be paid by the city, if the grants or alternative funding can't be secured, one alternative for this would be a possible rate increase, but obviously we don't know at this point what will happen. Wait and see. The schedule for the funding would be January 2026 plus middle of the draft plans and specifications for the construction. March 2026 environmental assessments, middle of permit applications, final middle of plans and specifications. April 2026 would have people approve the project plan and approval of the plans and specifications, so we'll be able to go out to bid. Looking at the construction start date of August 2026 and construction wrapping up in November 2028, which is 1 month ahead of when the consent agreement is required for construction.
Who is these people? Who are these people?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so now we will utilize this time to hear from anybody. Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
We're just now looking at this. Could you email that to the city clerk to where she could email it to all of us? Because obviously we're not on our agenda.
Oh, what?
So, and this is something that is very important. So, it stated that the Tory Road Water, the Tory Road, station. But what is it, because wasn't there some, did they put the wrong valves on their first? The valves were, they didn't fit?
I can't speak to the valves, what I do know is that the pumps that were replaced, which we might be referring to, they're not able to maintain the pressure that you're looking for in that district. So, it's going to need a little bit more of a comprehensive overhaul of the station. So just replacing the pumps that were there is not addressing the problem appropriately.
So you just stated in the, or gentleman right here, I don't recall his name, that you're suggesting a total overhaul of that work?
Yes, and that's part of the consent agreement that has to be analyzed. Right now, the plans haven't been put together. This is just to possibly secure the funding. The plans have not actually been put together for what work will be for sure.
Okay, so that's 25 million, is that right?
That's based on what is anticipated, but nothing is set.
Okay, because things can change with the project time. We have tariffs and building supplies and everything, which is not going to help this project at all. So you said, I can't find, I have that one here. I just happened to bring it today, you know that you were, we are required to have this budget date again by the 2026, one of the dates and actually just a date.
So based on the administrative consent order, for Tory Road, they're looking to have necessary upgrades and replacement of the station completed by December 31st, 2027, and for the Northwest Transmission Main, they're requiring complete replacement of the remaining sections by December 31st, 2027.
And so, you were stating that this isn't like a forgivable, what's this one, was 25 million? So a lot of these projects, this administrative consent order has a lot of projects. And that was one of the things, which I know you were here, our DPW was saying, hey, I don't know where we're gonna get the money. Because we're required to do a lot of these projects, and we don't have the money. And now you're saying the work that's been done on the Tory Booster Station, we need to redo it all.
Yeah, I can't speak to what was done previously.
Right, so why is the pressure that low, low to unsafe?
to what was the determining factor, it was something that was identified by Eagle as being too low. So we were putting together a project plan to address this, but we are not the ones who are putting together the plans, the work.
So we're literally, I had no idea you guys were coming, because these are important projects. And, I actually read my ACO, but some people are smart, not way smarter than me, who knew what they were doing. And so this is, we didn't even ask questions about this last year before, they asked and pushed it on. And these are some serious questions. Because now you're saying, we have to do this. And I really do need time. So, what about the C Street station?
I know that was part of the administrative 2023 DWSRF. So the project plan was done a couple of years ago, that included the Cedar Street. So I believe that work is in progress, or not completed, but that one is already being funded through the state program.
Okay, do we know to what percentage that is in its completion stage?
I don't know, I don't have that information right now.
Okay, and so, because you're kind of on the spot, but I'm kind of on the spot, I happen to bring my stuff here. I don't know, do I need to send an email to, I see Scott Dungy is back here. You Madam Chair to Scott Dungy.
Mr. Dungy, could you please approach the lectern?
Because if these projects, and they are required that we do them. And there's a lot. Hi, Mr. Dungy, how are you?
Fine as well. How about you?
I'm well, I'm contracted with the city, but this is my allergy. So all of these projects, we get an update. These were all our administrative consider, and these were also the ones we decided on the technical, managerial, financial report, team efforts work. And we get an update on where these projects are and what percentage that they are at in its completion. It is not funded. Needs to be funded to be done so that we can read this needs to be updated.
Yes.
Okay. And so are we required, what is the time sensitivity with this? Is it here tonight?
So pretty much everything on that list has been completed. There's a handful of items that are not going to be used, the majority of that list has. So the only thing that's left over, that's on the ACO, will be Tory Road Booster Station, and that's what they're talking about. Northwest Transmission Main.
Tory Road is on here.
Yes, Tory Road, Northwest Transmission Main. Cedar Street project is under construction right now. The reservoir will be done within a couple of months. The pump station will be done in 2026, February, roughly 2026.
Okay. So can you, because this and this is married to each other. And you could please give an updated copy to all of the council members, because if you're reading this, you won't, and this will tell you, because this also goes into what they do, everything that are their findings, the project, only thing is, I don't know how we put the cost part, because that's available, that's constantly changing, because of supplies. So the forgiveness of this loan, so we really have to, I'm really kind of stuck on that. So what is the likelihood? So right now, there is no forgiveness. It's like, do the work, the city's gotta pay this $25 million, and if you don't pay it, and you default on it, what happens? I mean, there's people went out there, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so what I can tell you is that this is an avenue to help get funding, whether it's through the Leveraged Loan Program or possibly some consideration for forgiveness on the project. you're not committed to this in any way. That wouldn't be until the closing of the loan, which is way down the road after the project design and bid and all that. But this is an avenue to help get you funding. We won't know what the likelihood is on principal forgiveness until you get in the pot and get scored with all the other projects across the state.
So get it going and pray that some exclusivity or empathy on the city of doing our project.
Okay, so Ms. Brown, you wanna go ahead and move on to something else, for the sake of time. So,
It's our time.
On the floor to extend this another 15 minutes.
okay, so before you do that, let's see if anyone has.
No, I don't want to, no, I don't, I want to put this motion on the floor. I put this motion on the floor to extend this for another 15 minutes. It's your job to ask for seconds.
So, we need to make sure things are done in order. So, Ms. Marvin, if you would tell the chair what her job is.
Done in order, the way that head.
What we will do, since we have a motion on the floor, and we also have support, we will go ahead and we will take a roll call vote to put 15 more minutes on the floor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
It should be unlimited for the damn water.
No.
That's a shame.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
Yes.
Who wouldn't vote for the water?
Mr. Gerald?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. So 15 additional minutes will be added. So as I was saying before, we want to pause right here so we can go on to other members. We will come back to Ms. Burns. So do we have anyone that, what was it? So we're not, we want to make sure that we're giving individuals an opportunity to speak.
Let her talk.
So we want to go ahead and ask, anyone else would like to have the floor? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Blackman.
That's fucked up. Why she can't finish her
What,
thoughts?
I'm not opposed to the projects, I'm opposed to how we are going to pay for them. Because in our water fund, we're already running, $12 million a year deficit, and now we're gonna add potentially, even though I don't think your numbers were up there correctly on the annual, I think it's gonna be close to $2 million a year. It is a little over 1.8 million, so, I just wanna know how we're gonna pay for that. And if the, forgiveness doesn't come through, that's 20 years of, every opportunity for the state manager to come back. You had it in your options as option one, what we're doing now, basically standing pat. That would be against the ACO? So why is it an option?
There's 4 standard options that the state requires as a project plan, regardless of if there's an ACO to analyze. So we had to analyze all 4 options. It's just standard procedure of this.
Well, because we accepted the ACO, we really don't have one option. Is that? I mean, to me, this is a little, nothing against you guys, but to me, this is a little conflict of interest, meaning you guys have presented to us a cost that you're going to charge, but then, without a competitive bid process to know what those numbers are truly accurate, right? So, to me, this whole thing is just a mess. We don't know how much it's going to cost exactly. We don't know if we're gonna get the forgiveness loan or on the walls, correct?
So.
We're not guaranteeing $80, right?
Okay, so first off, I just want to say that it actually, as far as the conflict of interest, CLZ is preparing this project plan and putting together an estimate, but we are not the engineers who will be putting together the plans, so we are in no way.
So you will be paying on it, right?
No, we will not be. So it's already, we know. Yes, we were told there was already another consultant, but.
How can we do this? We don't have money or give out time.
So this is an avenue for payment. This doesn't necessarily mean that you are tied into this by any means. We're looking at options for payment. This is basically, by accepting this, is accepting this as a possible option for payment. It's not tying into anything.
So is DLZ's only project is securing this funding, and once we get the funding, you guys walk away?
Well, yeah, and reverse these projects, yes.
Yes, and looking at low amounts, this avenue is looking at, okay, can we get the SRF low interest, which would be 2.2% versus a regular. And this also puts in for the opportunity for loan forgiveness. We can't say for sure if it's or not, but there's zero possibility without applying for this. And this just pursuing doing not doing that.
Right, but are we guaranteed, if we want the 2.2%, and what, are we guaranteed to get this loan or not?
No, not necessarily. As I mentioned, Congress, appropriates, and I said the last few years has been about 200.
We don't know what that number is, right?
We don't know what that number is, but what Eagle will do in review of these projects is rank them based on scoring components. And part of that is gonna, the consent orders are going to play into that. The disadvantaged status of the community is going to play into that score points. So it's going to put you in a really good position to qualify for funding and possibly forgiveness. We just can't comment on what the reality of that is right now.
A final question that I'll give to my colleagues. How do we come up with the costs of the projects? I think you noted a 2016 study, which obviously that's a decade old. So how did we come up with the anticipated 25 million construction costs?
The 2016 report was only used to come up with a potential cost for alternative number 3, which when we got beyond, as Scott said, we got beyond the $30 million mark, we knew that wasn't going to be the affordable option. Because alternative 4, we did price based on current construction costs and material costs and those types of things. So alternative 4 was the more affordable option.
What is $30 million? How do we come up with $30 million as a ceiling? Is that the SRF?
I don't think that is the ceiling. That's just when we got over that point, it just became not a viable option because it wasn't going to be affordable.
So we gave you a number that was told you that was. So we gave you a number that said the 30 million is going to be affordable.
No number was provided, but alternative 4 was well under that threshold. Therefore, that became the affordable option.
So, maybe I missed it. How did you come up with the construction cost? That's what you said, right?
Yeah, for alternative 4, the construction cost is based on the unit price of the footage of pipe that's going to be put in based on current costs of similar construction in the region.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else want to have the floor? All right, see no one else. Mrs. Brown, go ahead, continue.
I just had a really quick question, so, and this might not be for you, it might even be for the administration, but when we were doing this ACO, Mr. Miller told us that, if we get adopted, say we're gonna hold us to anyway, it's gonna be adopted anyway. Then you just told us, that since this was voted on, that we're kind of locked into what you're doing because we voted on this. My question is, if the state would have been acted in anyway, would you still be standing here telling us that you're going to do this anyway? Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer asked about what you're doing, right? And you stated, well, because you voted on this, you're now locked into these options, or these are your options. We were told that by Mr. Miller at the time that the ACO was going into effect whether we voted on it or not. So my question to you is, if the state of Michigan will still have enacted it, whether we agree to it or not, would you still be standing up here today telling us that this is what we're locked into?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, we were commissioned by the city to prepare this project plan to help provide an avenue for financing, so.
So, but even if so what I'm saying to you is it would have been enacted by the state either way. So the city would have still been beholden to prepare or get you or whomever to prepare the project plan. So will this project plan have been the same anyway, even if the state said, well, you have to move forward and get a project plan?
I don't know how to answer that. I can't speak to the ACO or how that's going to be pushed forward by EGLE or other entities. We just know that these projects were asked of us to come up with this project plan so we could help get in the queue for potential financing.
So basically, regardless of if we would have done it or the state would have pushed it through anyway, because they were going to do it anyway, you still would be standing before us presenting this project plan that you just said that because we voted for it, we're locked into.
I don't know that I can speak to the ACO or what would happen if we're not here. I don't know if I can speak to that.
All right, I yield for now.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Bernie.
Okay, so here's what, if we had approved the ACO, would we be here today saying we're going to be getting this plan estimated now for 29 million?
That's that. I want neither one of them.
Well, again, we're here because the city commissioned us to
Okay.
put this project plan together.
So on September 23rd, we weren't able to even ask questions. There was so many questions about the ACO that were asked, because ultimately we are supposed to have a certain amount of funds. The renovation plan, and then I believe another, 200 million. And we don't, I don't think we have any money for any of the project. I mean, and this is a huge ACO. It's huge.
Here we go again. Same old story. Here we go.
I was very angry that on September 23rd, that we didn't get to ask one question about the administrative consent order. That it was voted on without them doing a call for the question. This is so important. And here now today, we have a public hearing, you're here, and we have to figure out, this is shutting down our throats.
Just a different day.
Didn't know if we were showing them today. They shut our voices down because they had 5 votes that did. And this is not a 5-vote document. This should have every board approved and it should have been transparent. And it wasn't.
Here we go.
It wasn't. And we have to pay for these projects. That's what we know sign up. They were required. So you mentioned that so we have to wait for Congress to see what the appropriations are to see kind of came out with Congress. But we don't. Congress is cutting everything up there. Literally, they're gutting departments. So, I mean, we don't know what they're doing. And so I am terrified because we don't have any assurances with some of the things. So, the Congress part, we're waiting for Congress, and this for all of our elected officials at every level, we need to start seeing them in our council chambers too. People think that city council is where it starts at. You got state rep, you got senators, you got congressmen and women, and they need to be here too. Because this is not just our responsibility. And this is not easily understood. I have two. Tell me the Congress piece, because that's what we're waiting on. So people think Flint should have been fixed.
Amen.
Well, I definitely understand the concern, I wish I had a crystal ball and could predict what monies they have available, I can't, I don't know the information. Like I said, years past, they had about $260 million that they were able to appropriate, and then there's other funds that could get added into that. The last couple of years, there's been the bipartisan infrastructure laws that introduced some additional funds, and there's other funds that might become available as a potential source to either increase that money for loans or apply towards some principal forgiveness. Again, this is just getting you into the queue.
And then we can apply for, get the work done, and, Flint, you'll have this 30 million, I'm gonna round it up, that needs to be paid. But by the way, we've been taken over by emergency management before, not once, but twice, but three, we've been 4 times. And this is really, this is not true property. Because we have to pay it, and we gotta find out how to pay it.
This is to get you to find out how you do to get that score. It does, by adopting this, it doesn't mean that you're locked into that number by any means. It's to put the project forward to see, will they fund it, what type of funding will they get? This is the number we asked for based on, it's not locking into that you have to construct this amount before you find it.
So passing the ACO, gave consent to go ahead to get a consultant, is that correct? To move the project forward? Okay.
You will not know. How likely projects will take move and
Okay, all right, thank you. I will.
I'm going to move forward.
Thank you. So, when you present the plan, I know you're gonna have to list specific things that need to be fixed. Do you have that list as far as what specific problems or deficiencies currently exist? Maybe at the Torrey Road, booster station, as well as the northwest transmission.
So we don't have, our study didn't, and the project plan didn't include all of the solutions. We know that the consent order talked about the pressure issues, that the Torrey Road booster station is having a hard time maintaining that pressure in the district is trying to maintain. So if that project would move forward, the design engineers would need to investigate what's been done, what the pumps are doing, everything about the hydraulics in the system, to try to figure out how to solve that. That would be part of the rehabilitation plans. It's not really part of this activity here, kind of in the queue. We estimated improvements, assuming like a full facility rehabilitation based on similar size and scope projects elsewhere to come up with budgeting for that.
Okay, so that's how you came up with the budget for each,
Torrey Road booster station. Yeah, and then the interceptor, the transmission main that we were talking about, we've got a linear footage of that would need to be replaced. And we can estimate that, I don't want to say great, but we can estimate that really pretty good with current construction costs based on similar construction within the region.
So if it's just an estimate.
Oh, one second, Ms. Winfrey Carter. We just want to let you know we have 5 minutes left.
Okay, so if it's just an estimate, I mean, okay, if it's just an estimate, so it may be a little more
So the process.
Are we asking for a roundabout figure of what you guys think?
Yeah, we try to be conservative in our numbers because we certainly don't want to get to that end phase and have a project coming way over that budget. But the process would be, if these projects would move forward, the design engineers would put together a package that would be bid out by contractors, publicly bid, and you'd have that bid information before you go to the loan closing, so you would know what the bid value is on that project, not just this estimate. The estimate's just trying to set the stage and give you an idea of how much funding is going to be trying to allocate for. But we wouldn't know the true value of that until your design engineers come up with the designs and actually bid that out publicly.
Okay, so we're asking for the 29.5 million, right? For the loan.
Correct, that would be the ask of Eagle to consider for financing.
All right. So, do we have anyone else that would like to?
Madam Chair.
Well, go ahead.
How much time do we have?
We have approximately 4 minutes. So yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough for 3.
That's not enough.
Extended.
We need to.
This water is important.
Maybe 10 more minutes.
We only been going through it for 14 years.
All right, on the floor to put 10 more minutes on the discussion block. And then support move.
See what the water do to your hair.
Right. That's supported by Mr. Piper.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
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 Yes. Go to 7 yes, 0 no, so we have 10 more minutes on this order.
There's 14 minutes.
Pardon?
14 minutes. You said we have 4, so we should add 10.
Okay, so we have an additional 10, so we will conclude this at 8:24. So, and let's see, and it was
Why is she still talking?
So, and again, when we talk about the ACO for months in this council, months. It was brought before us time and time again. Mr. Miller came up here several times explaining and giving updates. I know Ms. Burns had a lot of questions for him about where we were with different things in this order. Toward the end, with that ACO, we were told that it was going to happen no matter what. We were also told that the person that we hired, well, that the city hired, that we had confidence in them, and the fact that they said that the work could get done, a lot of the work was done. Mr. Dungy came up here and today it spoke to the fact that a lot of that work has been done. I do think that my earlier question was the thing that is giving me pause on this, because if we're told after months of having the administration come and talk to us about that ACO, after having months of updates and everything, and then you stand before us and can't really answer the question of how the sequence of events would have worked, because we were under the impression that no matter what, we would have ended up at this point. So that is something that I want to maybe talk to the administration about a little bit more. What was the difference between us voting because they were sure that we had someone in place that the work would be done and complete, which Mr. Dungy said a lot of it is done and complete to this day, and the difference between the state who was going to press the ACO no matter what. So I yield.
All right, so go ahead, Mr. Piper.
So, when will we know if we could potentially get forgiven? After we sign the loan documents and after we get signed up?
As we talked about, there's no financial commitment here today.
No, I know that, but.
Understand.
Okay.
We'll find out in September, probably late September timeframe, where your project scored, how it relates to the other projects across the state, and any potential funding and principal forgiveness that might be available. It's been generally the time frame that we're finding out the results of the evaluations.
So is it possible that, you outlined basically two projects, right? One would be forgiven and one would not be, or would it be just a straight dollar amount, potentially, if anything's forgiven?
That's outside of my purview of the legal decision on how they score the projects, but it's possible, I can't give you a percentage.
Do you know how many loans were forgiven? How much money was allocated last year versus how many were forgiven? Do you know that by chance?
I don't have that off the top of my head, no.
Do you know, is it a rarity? Do more loans get not forgiven than forgiven?
Certainly, the projects that just get funded outweigh projects that have significant principal forgiveness.
I'm sorry, can you say?
Yeah, it's, projects that get the loan is more common than projects that get principal forgiveness, if that makes sense.
So, more projects get funded, less get forgiven.
Correct.
I'm just struggling with this whole thing. I understand we're not committed to anything, but this is a drop ahead, $2 million a year into a sinking ship that we're already can't close. So, I don't know, how I get about it.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So this resolution basically says that we're just going to apply, and if we don't apply, we're SOL, we will not get any of this money, and it's put off to the side, we might have to apply again for next year, put off the projects for the year, is that correct?
This project plan is a mechanism for evaluating projects across the state and assigning funding.
So if we do not do this resolution, then, do we have a deadline when this needs to be done?
June 1st is technically when the legal wants to submit.
Okay, so we can do something tonight, or tomorrow. Okay, because, I mean, I think we've done this before, where we approved a planning document with no guarantees we're gonna get the money, and no expectations that we're even going to apply if we're awarded money. So, that's basically what it is just saying, yeah, we wanna apply for it just in case. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's a possible mechanism for payment. Certainly, there's other options.
Right, but it's a just in case. If we don't apply for it, we're out of it.
Yes, it is just in case. This, as I said, it does not commit you. It's one of those things where if you don't apply, there's zero chance of getting it. If you do apply, you've got a chance, and if you don't have to follow through.
Yeah, okay, because I recall this from previous meetings, another one where we've done this, and that's what my understanding was from that one, but I still have to understand. I'm done.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. And just so you know, we have,
Okay. The $200 or so million that you all referenced earlier from appropriations, is that federal or state?
Well, it's federal, and that 260 is done approximately the amount that's been awarded this year.
So it does filter down, that 250 would be, you could think to the state level. Now, the forgiveness comes from that, the opportunity for forgiveness comes from that 250. Is that correct?
Yeah, it can come from that, or other monies that might get pushed into the system, referenced bipartisan infrastructure law, just because I'm familiar with that.
Stand up at their own risk.
Depending on other programs, they might authorize more monies to be used to help principal forgiveness or offer more loan participation availability.
And principal forgiveness can be partial or full.
Yeah, correct. I've seen both.
Okay, thank you.
all right, so I'll go ahead and take, my remaining time. So we're going back to a few things. We were told, that was a sentiment of the councilperson in the fourth ward, we were told that if we did not move on this, that the state would move on it for us. And if the state would move on it for us, that the interest rate may not be as generous. That's what we were told. And so, this was stated several times. And it was also, so clear to us and to the majority of the colleagues, as well as our deceased colleague in the third ward, you know, this was one of the last things that he voted for. Because he pressed his way to council because he saw that this was important. Our water infrastructure, all of this, anything dealing with water, fixing our water is important. And this is why, you know, we go to different conferences outside of the state. This is why we establish relationships with our congressperson, with our senators. This is why we had senators send each and every one of us an email asking us, hey, we want to meet about some priorities. So there's funding available to help supplement this. It is the job of this body to move in the best interest of the residents. So I do understand some of their concerns saying, where are we going to get it? But we have two things that we know for certain. That if we don't move, somebody's going to move for us. So I heard someone mention state takeover. Well, the state will take over this specific avenue and proceed with getting these repairs made over our heads. So one thing I don't want the state to do my job when I've been doing it. And so, I don't want the state to do my job. And Mr. Miller, he made it, again, abundantly clear. Ms. Priestley has made it abundantly clear. If we don't move on this, and this isn't locking anything in, this is just an application, right? All right, and then all perks and benefits will be revealed at a later date, stating the forgiveness and all that. Again, this is just for the approval, yes? Just for the application, yes? Correct. All right, so again, so in honor of our late colleague who believed in moving on behalf of the business of the city of Flint and doing all things possible to move forward in the city of Flint, I'll be remiss not to support this because you all just laid it out. Mr. Miller laid it out. And so I don't want to keep beating a horse that has been, I just killed multiple times. So thank you so much for your time and your engineering effort and for working with the city of Flint. And so, seeing that we are at time, we have 2 minutes left, I will go ahead and call this special presentation over. Thank you. All right.
I thought it was a public hearing.
So now it is time for the public hearing. Public hearing 250154 about the drinking water improvements, the project plan. Attorney, you know that you spoke earlier. Would you like to say anything about this public hearing?
This is the opportunity for the public to comment, and these comments are also to be included as part of the application process.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so, Madam Clerk, you ready? All right, so first public speaker, and I just want to remind the public speaker to be germane to the specific resolution, which is the drinking water system improvement project plan. Proceed.
Boy, don't y'all feel stupid for voting for the ACO. That ACO, by y'all voting on the ACO, you took the state out of it. The state would have had to pay for it. Y'all made so that the state doesn't have to pay for it. A drinking revolving loan you paying for something that they broke. Kept on getting up here telling y'all they're gonna make us pay and they're gonna leave soon as we sign the ACO. The emergency order is gone now. Now you are locked in. That's a dumb mess, man. That's your answer, Candace. It didn't take rocket scientists to figure that out. I just want to know why y'all asking for $30 million when in the budget report for WIN, Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes and Energy, Flint Water Infrastructure Funding as of November 26, 2021. The Northwest Transmission Main only costs $5.1 million. Where did y'all get y'all figures from? Did y'all get it from the Arcadis report, when they did on the, all the reports, along with Troy Road? Why would we have to pay for something that they were supposed to already have fixed? Where that money go? Where that money go? Why are y'all so afraid? You need to quit saying, we're gonna fix something and this and that and that and this. You don't know half the things that we've been through because you wasn't here doing the poison. So we acting like we know what's going on. If the state rep can ask for $29 million, $25 million going to an unknown organization that they don't even have any information on. Why didn't you ask for $30 million to finish the water pit? Don't vote for it. Shelby Millie wanted to lock us into that ACO, to Judy Priestley, the Darrell Lewis, and Candace didn't want to talk about it. Now y'all want to talk about it after the fact. Then they bring it up here, June the 1st is the deadline. Sheldon spent all the grant money before he even bring it up into a septic. So why would I ask y'all to vote for something that he can get and spend before he even bring it up here? He did the work when you was asking Michael Cochran. He already did the work before they even came up here to actually approve the money. That's what they do here. And then ask them why they don't get a sub-contract. They might not take primary, they might not put in for that, but they do get a lot of subcontracts with the water lines and everything else that's been running around here. They ain't got paid in full along with Roll and everybody else. The residents ain't got nothing.
First of all, us residents need to be provided these add-ons. This is ridiculous that we are not aware of what's going on.
No, that's right.
This is directly impacting our lives. Liddell, Leon was not here again, don't know where he is, Judy and Candace, you're literally playing with our lives when you come up here and hold this shit. We're sick of it. Now
just like a city project that ain't completed, we're still drinking out of tap. We still need to fix it.
21.
Just like all these lines almost completed, we still need to fix it.
21.
Just like when y'all put this $260-some million tax debt on us again, we still are going to require a filter. When will y'all go out, just like you said, you have meetings with senators and stuff like that. When are y'all going to start petitioning to bring some money in to help the residents instead of constantly putting burdens on our back? When are y'all going, y'all supposed to be great grant writers. Write a grant to help the people. This is ridiculous what's going on now. Ridiculous. And we talking like everything gonna be fixed. Nothing is gonna be fixed. You're still gonna have to drink from filters. You're not gonna be able to, your kids are not gonna be able to drink from their water bowl. That means the problem is in our infrastructure. And it's also a problem when people have home infiltration systems that's supposed to last 10 to 12 months that they gotta change in 3. Our water is nowhere safe and clean. And this is not going to solve our problem. But if you are going to vote yes on this, before you vote yes on it, why don't you go out there and secure some of them grants first? Don't put us in debt and then say, well, you know, we couldn't get your grant, so y'all just got to pay. Because that's what time is going to be. Go out there, get the money, and then vote yes. Don't vote yes to put this back on the citizens' back. Thank you.
All right, public speaker. Next public speaker. All right, so.
All right. Yeah.
I do have some questions. I question your little box there. Doesn't that make a little bit of a conundrum in the time lapse on like you guys talking and the public's question and leave a whole big blank time of questions that nobody's allowed to ask? That's pathetic. This 4:30 thing, I'm a working man. 9 to 5, that's standard hours. That's violation of the state sunshine laws. Everybody's asking about the money in these other companies. I pay a water bill every month. I bet he does. I bet she does. I bet he does. I bet she does. I bet he does. All these people. Where's the money? How long is Flint been open? Where is the money that was supposed to fix this in the first place? Why should the state be paying for it? What did they do done with the money? And you wonder why people think they're thieves? Do not sign another paper. I'm going to think every last one of you is complicit. Whoever signs that paper in 30 minutes, you're just signing up for more money for people to steal just like Gretchen Whitmer or bullshit roads or gas taxes.
All right. So if there's no more speakers, this hearing is now officially closed.
She closed it quick.
So now we are on to. All right, so now we will move on to public comment. Madam Clerk?
The first speaker is Sandra Jover.
Left. Left.
She got put out this.
Left. She got put up.
All right, they're here.
You know they did.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Come on, Art.
I forgot, hey, we're gonna be broke. We gotta do another drinking involvement, because they're gonna take $72 million in tax credit, whatever they wanna call it, but they're gonna take 72. That back on the call, they took it down to about 69, my fault. Then, let's talk about the sewer drinking involvement, that, you know that, where Eagle came down, spoke about, how much was that? That was about 60 million? I think that was about 60 million, that they need 67 million. We forgot about that. What is wrong, y'all? Julian, this Councilwoman Priestley, you are a Republican. Conservative. You supposed to be looking out for the people's money as a Republican. $64 million is what we take in for the city. $68 million is what we're spending. That is not a balanced budget, and Mr. Moore, I respect you to the utmost, but you can't come up here and tell me that it's raining and pissing at the same time. How can you tell me that we might get this paperwork here, we might get these dollars, you know what, we heard that before, that MERS, was it MERS? Where they supposed to give us so much money and all this, it took 2-3 years. You're not balancing the budget. If I vote for it today, it's an unbalanced budget, period, point blank, that's it. I'll tell y'all what real quick, right? I'll tell y'all how we're gonna budget, how we're gonna balance it. Take Mayor Millie's mayor's office budget back down in 2019. You know all people know how Millie works, man. We know how it works because we helped him in 2019. He used political dollars, $100 for political people and paying off people. Matter of fact, he hired 2 people, you know who he hired down at the state level and never worked down there because he works as a campaign manager here. You know it, and I got it in paperwork. So tell everybody to shame the devil, Candace, because she was working down there with him before he fired. Yeah. You know that, right? You know that. Take the mayor's office budget back down. You won't have to worry about him spending $75,000 PSA time, Phil Phelps and everybody else down there to do his bidding, because they ain't never in the office. They out here. Gotta stop campaigning with it. Come on, y'all. Don't vote for this drinking law volleyball mess. Put his numbers back down to 2019. In the law office, take theirs down too, because they keep on paying contract lawyers to appeal all day. Wasting money. Appealing stuff that they know that they can't win, man. Come on, don't worry about it. Jump forward. Vote, and people will stand up behind you when you talk this budget. Hey, work with them.
Next speaker is Tiffany Morris.
All right, she's not here. Next speaker.
Valerie Southall.
All right, she's not here.
Gone.
Beverly J. Sweetie.
Gone. Did she? Yeah, she left.
So y'all see that one look at the front. I don't want you here, so go ahead.
Come on back.
Come on, girl. Hey, 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 hey. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog.
You gonna have a nervous breakdown because it's budget.
Koala Mac, 7 Ward. I'm talking to wards 1, 2, 4, and 7. State Rep Neely and Mayor Neely, a mayor who hasn't been mayor for Flint residents. That's why he hasn't done nothing for you or care anything about you, but has stolen $94.7 million from you. I didn't know who is sick and tired of being sick and tired, but God bless me with my mama, Fannie Mae. I wish I had a Nat Turner, a Kunta Kinte, or even a Chicken Joe. I'll even take John Lewis because I'm ready to get in some good trouble. I wish I had a Sojourner too, because she said, ain't I a woman? I'm calling on Harriet Tubman and who knew? Come on, help me, Shirley Chisholm, who said if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Flint residents, it's time to come out to speak out against this corrupt city and state government that has poisoned and continue to poison Flint. And if not, you done all you can, Donald McClurkin said, you just stand. I yield my time.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Richard Jones.
21.
I hope I don't upset anybody, but this Saturday, we had stop the line and walk. And it was more people from Detroit that represented the city of Flint. One thing, the city of Flint, 90% of us have in common. We don't like the violence that's going on. And if it should have been one place where we all gathered, it should have been supporting this. We gotta do better, real talk, because the people that ain't paying attention to what's going on here, because a lot of these, most of the citizens really don't know what's happening. Really don't know, really lost, really misinformed, and a few of them that think they know what's going on is being fed misinformation. And that's sad. But I just want to say this. I love kids, and I don't like the future that our city is going to present for them. I don't see this being a place where they can afford to pay rent. Just to keep it 1,000, these apartments are running $1,400 and $1,500 a month.
Damn.
How is a person going to be fresh out of college and move into a $1,400? How is you going to ever become homeowner when you're paying that much rent? I will be looking into ways to try to bring affordable housing here to Flint. And I pray that when I come up to this podium, it don't fall on deaf ears like most of the good suggestions that come up here. Because if we don't start thinking about our great-grandkids and stop thinking about ourselves, this ain't gonna be no city for them. It really ain't. Think about this. Because we on the fooling set. Y'all done fooled us into voting and into that $87 million, well, $82 million now, cleaning up the Buick work site, that's on our back. KWA bond, that's on our back. The trash, and it's a shame, because if y'all would have listened, we could have had our own trash company. We could have bought one truck at a time. And with this water, man, y'all look into a way to make KWA become a bottled water company.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker on the clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Josh Ojas.
Go.
Alright. So I don't think that they're here.
Go.
So you said that's the last one?
Okay, next time.
That's correct.
All right, so now we will go into council response. Any council members would like to respond? Well, go ahead, Ms. Priest.
That was public comment.
Mr. Jones, I've been doing a lot of study on affordable housing. I've been in workshops. I've attended events that discuss it. I've had meetings with leaders across the county. So I am working on it. It's just taking time to get everything organized and figure out. And I don't know how long it's going to take. I mean, my goal is obviously to renovate houses in the fourth quarter and get them available for homeownership. There's a possibility of, I'm working with somebody else who is talking about building a home out of concrete or cement blocks. And that would be in the fourth quarter if we can get the property. But that's all supposition. So that I have been working on affordable housing. It's just taking a while and it's slow. You're dealing with government and the land bank and it, because we have to use land bank property. Thank you.
All right, anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
This ACO, I don't care how we have a choice. Well, there was a choice. We had 5 votes.
that were not mine. Mine was not included. But I don't want it to, because it's on video. You go to May 29th, 2024. This was, that ACO was the last thing that Councilman Murphy voted on. But if you go to May 29th, he speaks and says on there, because it came back as a reconsideration. He had voted it down. He had voted it down. And he stated, and you can hear him say, I don't want to go with this unless we have the money. He came in on September 23rd. He was very ill. And he passed away that Sunday, 29th. He had voted no, and he stated, you can hear him. He states his concerns and who's going to pay for it, because the state is responsible. So I don't want it to be, these fictitious stories that he understood clearly. We didn't have the money and what it would do to our city. I just happened to run across that video. Literally, it popped up. So this ACO, this money, this is serious. We didn't get a chance to vote, have a discussion. Oh, look at September 29th video. It's all a question for everything. This is something we should have an at-length meeting with the public, especially now since the EPA, and it's coming every week. It's the EPA is a celebratory moment. It's nothing to celebrate. We have a gentleman here today, oh, we gotta spend that 30 million, we gotta, get that project. We don't know what this government is doing now. So people be cautious.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Go ahead, Mr. Platt.
Mr. Jones, you spoke about two things that I want to address. Affordable housing. I mean, we were promised more affordable housing when nonprofits come before us and they vote for a 30-year tax abatement. That was supposed to help with affordable housing. You see where that's got us. That's got us elevated rents. The only one that benefits is the nonprofits. You spoke to violence and stop the violence. I think we start by not having 5 police officers in this council chamber. Why do we have 5 police officers in this chambers when I'm sure there's stuff on the streets that needs to be taken care of? But it's to prove a point. It's to weaponize the police against the residents. I'm sure that they would rather not be here. They're probably bored out of their minds. But this is the way the city is ran. There's 911 calls out there being not answered. But we got 5 people in here, which is basically 1 for every 3 people in here. We got a police officer watching, which is ridiculous. We haven't had somebody need to be arrested since the Flint insurrection.
Now she's about to talk about you, Dennis.
All right, anyone
When you called me.
anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, a couple of different things here. To the gentleman that tried to run down my resume, please stop lying. In 2019, I worked for the city of Flint, not Sheldon Neely. That's what you said. This is not a back and forth. This is my time. So if you're gonna run down my resume, run down it correct.
Hold on, please hold, sir. Let's not.
You're not
do that.
supposed to go back and forth with the audience.
Okay, well, we should be. Okay, that's your warning. Go ahead, that's your second warning. Could you please remove him?
What are you doing? You can't argue with the audience.
Well, what was the problem? Well, no, so therefore, he had the second warning. So please remove him as we he had the second warning.
Arguing with the audience.
You need to stop that.
You're being brought to order as well. Okay, well, as your appointment. That's fine.
And I support her bill.
That's fine.
That's why you don't get shit passed, Jill. That's
Okay. So we have and what it says is this, because you will be a resident as well. It says, and disrupting this meeting will be a violation of the Flint City Code Section 31. This is what we do. Any person who has a peaceful and orderly conduct in any meeting will be You're not supposed to be up here. Please step back.
Candace started it, arguing with the audience.
And you know, for council members as well, if they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. So our colleagues are not heard from being arrested as well for disrupting the meeting.
Where Leon at?
So we will remain at ease.
How are they gonna arrest
We
some
about to
people?
ease on down the road.
So we will remain at ease. Because we still have
She don't see
the
that.
time is now 8:51. And this council meeting is now adjourned for the lack of quorum. Councilman Garrett, Councilman Carter, Councilman Burns, Councilwoman Gary Carter, that's the matter.
Hey family, we gonna see y'all in the morning. We gonna see y'all in the morning. They tripping out here. We'll see y'all in the morning.